o que a Comissão da Council of Europe, Conselho da Europa faz, uma coisa interessante, importante para as leis, acordos internacionais. Vamos. Então, vamos a... Vou ler um pouquinho o exercício da hoje. Então, o português está lento, hein? Meu português é mau hoje. Vou ler para vocês o exercício da hoje e depois vamos falar com Patrick. 12 respostas para exercise 2. 162 para primeiro. Foi um sucesso, hein? Não teve tempo de ler tudo, mas prometo que vou ler tudo. 1, 2. ¿Dónde está el 2? ¿Dónde está el 2? Tá? Bueno, número 2. Vou ler português, mas se vocês têm 3 idiomas, 3 línguas na internet. Primeira pergunta. Considerando as apresentações de hoje, quais são os princípios da internet relacionados com a privacidade e a segurança ou cybercrime? Seria possível um acordo global? O que vocês acham? Seria possível um acordo global sobre privacidade na internet? Não temos hoje um acordo global. Qual poderia ser o espaço de diálogo para tentar alcançá-lo? Não existe, então vocês podem falar o que vocês acham que seria interessante. Não temos uma resposta correta, simplesmente compartilhem o que vocês acham. Segunda, considerando as vantagens do modelo multissetorial ou múltiplas partes interessadas, qual dos atuais espaços multissetoriais seria ideal para discutir acordos globais da privacidade e segurança cibernética? É parecida à primeira. Como devem as diferentes partes interessadas interagir para alcançar privacidade desde concepção ou segurança desde concepção, do começo, em dispositivos ligados à internet? A coisa é a seguinte: quando você desenha um programa, hardware, um software, uma aplicação, o ideal é que quando os engenheiros ou desenvolvedores trabalham, eles tenham na mente a privacidade e a segurança do começo. Não depois fazer o programa ou a aplicação, depois, às vezes, está bem. Por enquanto isso sucede, podem fazer muito problema para os usuários. Então, essa é uma coisa que está pedida por exemplo, as regras da privacidade da Europa, GDPR, acham que o mais importante é ter consideração da privacidade do começo, quando tudo é feito. Como podem as distintas partes interagir para lograr isso, especialmente considerando que estes programas, aplicações, hardware, são desenvolvidos pelo private sector, setor privado, empresas. As empresas têm, é uma discussão que tenho com meus alunos, empresas fazem bem ou mal, as empresas têm que funcionar, têm que ganhar dinheiro para subsistir. E não é uma coisa mala, é uma coisa boa, porque dão trabalho, fornecem serviços, fornecem produtos, mas eles têm que ter responsabilidade também. Simplesmente fornecer coisas e também ter consciência do que vai acontecer com o uso desses programas e desses hardware, dessas aplicações, ok? Então, como vocês acham que poderia ser? Como interagir com empresas para lograr isso? Essas são as 3 perguntas. Então, é bem importante para fazer um documento da opinião e depois enviar as... Alguma pergunta? Dúvidas? Tão sérios? Ontem foi tarde o futebol, hein? Eu fiquei dormida. Eu somente vi o gol da Brasil, eu fiquei dormida porque era muito tarde. Mas acho que ganhou o Brasil, hein? 1-0. Perdão por Peru, I'm sorry for Peru. Perdão por Peru. A la colega peruana, lo lamento, pero bueno, ¿qué va a hacer? No sé quién es el coach, siempre tienen un coach argentino, pero ahora no sé quién es el coach. Han cambiado, antes era Careca, ahora han cambiado. Sí. Después, ¿quién más ganó? Uruguay. ¿Dónde están mis amigos uruguayos del mate? Uruguay perdió. ¿Con quién jugaba Uruguay? Contra Ecuador. Bien jugaron los ecuatorianos. Ese sí lo vi. Y después, ¿quién más estaba temprano? Bueno, Argentina ganó. Vamos, y eso que estaban altos, ¿eh? Estaban en Bolivia. No es fácil. Y Messi no jugó. Saint Messi. Ok. Bueno, ¿alguna pregunta, duda? Ya las chicas estuvieron trabajando hasta tarde en el trabajo. Muy bien, mis compatriotas. Pregunta, duda, opiniones. ¿Alguien quiere contar lo que hizo? ¿Alguien desea compartir o que tem feito no exercicio? ¿No? ¿Sí? Sin miedo. No, no muerdo. ¿Cómo se dice no muerdo? No. Bueno, están como calladitos. Hoy era tarde el partido. Que mais? Vamos pegar uma olhada ao programa da hoje, que é muito interessante. Como já falei isto, pero alguns de vocês não estavam aqui. O programa da hoje é mais enfocado em temas de cibersegurança, cybercrime e privacidade. Amanhã também, depois, vamos a temas mais sociais, inteligência artificial. Também temos um painel muito interessante na sexta sobre o IGF, o próximo IGF em Kyoto, Japão. Vocês sabiam que o Brasil organizou 2 IGF, uma reunião muito grande das Nações Unidas. Um em Rio de Janeiro, 2007, e aqui no João Pessoa, em 2015, acho. Foi muito, muito grande. Reunião enorme. Parabéns para o brasileiro, que sempre trazem coisas interessantes para a região. Programa. Onde estás? Então, temos programa aqui. Quarta. Patrick Pennick agora, em uns minutinhos. Ele é o diretor da Information Society Council of Europe, como já falei. Depois temos um painel moderado por o Cláudio, o professor Cláudio, governança de dados. Temos participantes da Argentina, da AIP, a Agência de Protección de Datos de Argentina. Jimena Moreno de CIDE, que es una universidad de México, Maritza de Perú, Maritza Yesenia de Perú, de la Universidad de San Martín de Porres, y Henry Iure de Paiva, Departamento de Relaciones Internacionales de aquí da Universidade Federal da Paraíba. Depois temos um painel ciberseguridade e cybercrime. Chris Painter, ele foi assessor da presidente Obama quando ele era presidente dos Estados Unidos, em temas de cybersecurity, e agora é o diretor da GFC, que ele vai contar para vocês que é. Depois temos especialistas da Argentina, Marcos Salt, quem representa meu país nas discussões sobre a Convenção da Budapeste. Ele é especialista em Convenção da Budapeste. Temos a OEA com o CICTE. Otávio Paulo, promotor da Justiça do Ministério Público do Estado da Paraíba, e Pablo Lázaro, que é um especialista argentino sobre cybersecurity. Depois temos Natasha, desafios do cybercrime, e depois DNS Security, segurança no DNS, e finalmente redes sociais, que acontecem nas redes sociais em geral. Esse é o programa de hoje. Então, tenemos a Patrick. A ver, están allá los muchachos. Hola. ¿Tenemos a Patrick? Sí. Okay. Va a ser en inglés, ¿eh? Si vocês precisam o aparatito. Sí. O sí. Hi, Patrick.
Yes, si puedo.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, of course, yes.
I have to look at the camera. If I don't see you in the screen. How are you? How are you doing? How were your vacations?
Very well, thank you so much. Sorry. Are we already online, basically?
Yes, we are online. We have all the students here in the room. We have students from Brazil. Of course, we are in the northeast of Brazil, in the beautiful city of Campina Grande, in the state of Paraíba. I don't know if you were here in the IGF in João Pessoa. This is in the same state, but not in the coast, land. And we have many students from Brazil. We have students from other countries of Latin America, and have virtual students world. So very much. I have a very busy. Your thoughts. I was talking a minute ago with the students about the important role that the Council of Europe plays in relation with cybercrime and about privacy. So we're happy to have you here in our program. Thank you for willingness. Thoughts and
Thank you so much, Olga. How much time will I have?
as much as you have time. We have some coffee, so we are flexible.
Okay.
As much as you want. If you can share your screen, that would be
I will do
much
so.
better.
So in a minute, I just wanted to say a few words. Of course, it's a shame. And I promised you, Olga, that next year I would really hope to be able to take part in presence in the South School on Internet Governance. It's a privilege for the Council of Europe to be able to share our ideas with you. Now, my presentation now is focused quite strongly on our work on cybercrime, but please know that I can also deal with other issues, and if there are specific questions from the students, there is no problem whatsoever to be able to respond to them. In fact, as the head of the department that is dealing with information society, actually we cover a very wide ground, and that wide ground is everything to do with freedom of the media and freedom of expression. It's also data protection, as you mentioned. It is artificial intelligence, it is cybercrime, and it's also the cooperation with our business partners in the internet field. So that brings together different domains, but actually looking at the development of our information society at large through different angles, through its different aspects. And in fact, we basically had a number of strategies that were to do with internet governance, and therefore for us it is really important that we connect with you on those issues. Also because the Council of Europe has developed a number of standards in that field. And first of all, in the media sector, but also then on data protection and cybercrime, and more recently on artificial intelligence. So those domains I can certainly cover. I will start with the part on cybercrime, so that we can start from there and then look at the other aspects if you like to afterwards. I'll share my screen and start from the beginning, if that works.
It works.
Okay, that's fine. I just need to be able to get into PowerPoint. Fine. So, context of convention, let's say the Latin American context of convention, convention of Budapest Convention. Important to say is that as a start, in fact, even though we're a pan-European organization in the first place, a number of our instruments are global instruments. And that goes for both the Cybercrime Convention, but also the Data Protection Convention. And the work that we're currently doing on artificial intelligence is also directly involving the global south, I would say. It's not only the countries that are already observers to the Council of Europe, such as the United States and Canada or Japan, but also Mexico. And now we've received requests from 4 Latin American countries to be engaged in the discussions on artificial intelligence. And a number of other countries are still somehow considering, such as Brazil, to be part of the negotiations on our artificial intelligence convention. Now, we all know when we start on cybercrime how much it is in the news nowadays, how cybercrime has also increased when we look at, for example, the COVID crisis, with new targets, new sophisticated tools, not only targeting individuals, but even sanitary institutions, hospitals, etc., that were directly raided, I would say, by cyber attacks, child abuse online. We know and we see that cyber criminals are becoming more and more professional. And that is something that we need to be able to react to. And we have a number of tools in this regards. What does that mean? That basically means that we need to, for many of the crimes, we need to be able to find a system to look at how do we find proof of what is happening. And in order to do so, we need international cooperation, because obviously this is something that is not only happening in one country and not only in one area of work, but there is an international mechanism out there to which we have to be able to give an international response. We also see that in every crime, actually, and just also a short reminder, the Cybercrime Convention that we're talking about is in fact a law enforcement mechanism within the criminal law sphere. So we're not talking about, let's say, ensuring that information or opposition groups are targeted. That's not the purpose of such a cybercrime convention. It is really directly related to criminal activity. And in order to fight criminal activity, we need to find the evidence for it. We need proof of what is happening. And what we see in many crimes right now, there is always an electronic connection. Anything we do, there is a link to electronic evidence. And that is something that we need to tackle. Now, where does crime start? This map gives a very clear idea, even though it's rudimentary. That is that there is no country in the world that is exempt from cyber activity and cybercrime activity. And wherever you are based in the world, it is also true that your attacks or anything that you will undergo basically can start from anywhere in the world. We have to know, where does the cybercrime start? Where are the data kept? Where are the proof? Who detains? Who has the proof? Who has the evidence? And what are the limits of the powers of the authorities that are charged, that are in charge of the application of the law? Are they based in the same country as the origin of the crime? Are they based in other countries? So what we see is that there is a transnational character of this cyber delinquency, cybercrime, and also of the proof that are connected to it, the evidences. So crimes may be committed in one jurisdiction, but both the object of the crime and the perpetrator may be in different geographical locations. So you need the opportunity to be able to cooperate transnationally, but you also need the necessity, there is the necessity to be able to cooperate between the public and the private sector. And therefore we have, at the level of the Council of Europe, this convention, this Cybercrime Convention, which already started 22 years ago. That's pretty amazing because, let's say, 22 years ago, systems like this one didn't exist. For the students in the room, this is a tool that is of daily use. But when the Cybercrime Convention was signed and ratified in 2001, this was a very random, a very marginal happening in our societies. So it was a little bit forward-looking to be able to say, how is our society going to develop and what mechanisms do we need to put into place whenever this becomes a prevalence in our societies. So first, we started to work on crimes which were specifically committed through computers and information systems, and to develop procedures in order to be able to investigate those and develop international cooperation in this respect. Obviously, as I stated before, we have now come to a situation where every crime contains an electronic part. We never, hardly ever, leave our room without our telephone. Everything is being tracked on there through private companies that make sure that they have all your information because that's what they are selling. So all of that information is contained in our electronic material, basically. So we decided to develop a number of standards around this. What do we do? We also needed to ensure that not only standards exist, but there is also capacity in the countries themselves in order to be able to deal with it. Right now, we're still in a very unfortunate situation that only about 1%, and that's an estimate, of cybercrime is really being dealt with. And out of this 1%, there is only a very minimal, minute percentage of those cyber crimes that are actually being resolved. So this is something that we need to take into account, and we need to develop the capacity of law enforcement in order to be able to deal with cybercrime properly. So we not only need standards and norms, we also need to be able to apply those norms, and we also have to look out and look at the possibility and assess the possibility of countries to be able to deal with it. Right now, we are cooperating with around 150 countries. 68 countries have already ratified this convention. We're right now into 21 other countries that have been invited to accede, but our activities cover more than 100 countries right now. And in order to do so, we have developed a specific cybercrime office within the Council of Europe, which is based in Bucharest, not in Budapest, but in Bucharest, the capital of Romania. We have 5 projects. We have around 40 people that are directly working on this. We have specific tools and programs for each of the regions. We have around 400 activities per year that goes from conferences to seminars to very practical tools that we're trying to put into place. We do that together and supported by the European Union. And maybe also there a little hint, the European Union and the Council of Europe are not the same instruments. The European Union is a union of 27 states, whereas the Council of Europe covers as an intergovernmental organization 46 states, which is quite a difference, but also the way we work is rather different. And we count on the European Union in order to be able to support and hold the activities and the programs that we put in place in different regions in the world. National strategies, capacity building, and international cooperation, and also in order to be able to implement this second additional protocol that I will speak about a little bit. In order to do that, we provide for an international platform, and that platform brings together law enforcement officials from all over the world in what we call our so-called Octopus conference, where we exchange best practices, where people get to know each other and can develop their own strategies to fight together. With also a portal that gives resources to combat cyber violence by different thematic approaches, legislation, initiatives, strategies, policies, and also online training tools. This is just a little bit of a, let's say, a number of snapshots of the different activities that we are organizing in Barbados, just as an example. So with those 22 years of the Budapest Convention, with 68 parties, 28 countries that have been invited to accede or have signed but not yet ratified the convention, more than 130 countries with substantive laws that have really had their basis in the Budapest Convention. I think it is a multilateral instrument that we continue to develop, always based in a context of the defense, human rights, rule of law, and democracy. It's not just an instrument to bring countries together in order to do whatever. It is really in the framework of being able to defend those rights, and despite being focused on law enforcement, or thanks to being focused on law enforcement, is to preserve that electronic space from attacks, from abuse, from disinformation, fake news, and from, let's say, captivating the democratic setting in the different countries. And we hope to do the same for the second additional protocol of the Budapest Convention, which is more specific. And that second additional protocol was basically focused on the fact that we would need means in order to protect human rights and rights in general in the context of this proliferation of cybercrime, but also in order to be able to assist authorities to give them direct access to electronic evidence that they would need in their criminal investigation. As I mentioned before, less than 0.1% of the cases of cybercrime actually are being resolved at this point in time. And the question is, to which extent do we really help in this context victims? To which extent can we be of a substantive help if we do not increase the means that we have in order to combat cybercrime? So we're talking a little bit on the, let's say, the flip side of the coin. When we speak about, on the one side, internet governance, we've always looked at the positive outcomes that it may have for democracy, for the capacity of people to exchange in order to be able to distribute information. What we now see increasingly is that the same internet is being used to abuse those rights and those systems. And I think that is something that we need to find the right solution to. Budapest Convention is one of those. Second additional protocol, which gives access to this electronic evidence and provides for cooperation with service providers, is key in that. So it responds to the question of which extent can we obtain, let's say, registration, domain names, to which extent can we get access to who is behind the domain names, who is behind the internet IP address, in order to be able to ensure that the criminals hiding behind a veil of anonymity cannot goal we want to pursue, but we really need to be able to ensure that we can do the criminal investigations when they are required. And in order to do that, we need a lot of mutual. I will not go into too much detail about the specific article, the additional protocol. I think that would lead us too far, but the key item that we need to retain is that within the context of human rights, rule of law, democracy, we need to be able to assist the jurisdictions in order to obtain necessary information in order to fight cybercrime. That is the key message, and in order to do that, we can cooperate with a number of service providers. So for the time being, this second additional protocol that I've been now speaking about a little bit more, in very little time, in less than a year, we have had 42 signatures states. For the time being, only 2 have been able to ratify this second additional protocol. And as soon as we have 5, there will be an entry into force of this second protocol. So that's what I wanted to share with you in the framework of cybercrime. So if you have questions, specifically Olga or the students, if you have specific questions which are more related to the other domains, freedom of expression, data protection, artificial intelligence that we are currently working on, I think you can certainly do that right now. Thank you.
Un aplauso para Patrick. Thank you. Thank you very much, Patrick. I have some comments, questions for you. First, let me commend you for preparing the slides in Spanish. Very, very welcome by the audience. Most of the students speak Portuguese, but you know, Portuguese and Spanish are very close languages. And also, I really thank you for speaking slowly, because you have simultaneous interpretation, and that is very much appreciated, because they do a great job, but they are not machines. So they have some time to hear and to translate the words. I have some questions, but we have some comments from the audience. ¿Me ayudas con el micro? Adrian sends his regards. In the meantime, we reach. Toma este. Yo busco otro.
And while I'm waiting for the question, of course, I see that I hope that you also see on the screen my name, and thank you for correctly spelling it, Olga, because it's not always so easy. So students can always reach out to me either via any means, whether that be social media or professional networks or email. That's all of that is possible.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, just 1 second. Dijo que lo pueden dar consultas o preguntas por mail o por. Please. One question from students.
Hello. It has been more than 20 years since the creation of the Budapest Convention. New technologies and new standards are growing exponentially. For example, the case of cryptography and quantum computers. How are legislations and regulations are following this process? it's possible to follow this dynamic process.
Olga, shall I respond directly?
Yes, you can respond directly if you
Okay,
want.
thank you. This is a extremely pertinent question. We know, and that's why I also said we've existed for 21 or 22 years that the convention has been signed and ratified. It basically also means that we cannot possibly, or we could not possibly foresee what type of developments would take place. We're in the same discussion right now when we're developing a new convention on artificial intelligence. We do not know exactly how the new technology will develop and how we will be able to respond to it. So the advantage of that is that we have developed a convention which is rather flexible with the Cybercrime Convention. And we, instead of always developing new additional protocols, such as the one that we have now developed regarding the access to electronic evidence, we develop what is called guidance notes. And those guidance notes, they bind the parties to the convention and interpret at a rapid pace the convention in the light of those new technological developments. Now we will always be late because developments are always faster than we can possibly catch up. That's why an open interpretation is crucial when we speak about the use of cyber technology and electronic communications and the use of artificial intelligence when it comes to the interpretation of those new tools. We don't want our tools to be, I would say, product-oriented. What we want to do is to ensure that the concepts are described and that an interpretation by the parties can take place in due time. So when it comes to cryptography, for example, we anticipated those types of developments without being able to describe them because we don't know. When the Budapest Convention was signed and ratified, I told you before, this didn't exist. So the parties to the Budapest Convention, they needed to ensure that they had an interpretation of whether this was going to be considered as a computer system or not. And they did, obviously. Yeah? So I think that is the key thing. We cannot anticipate all the developments that are going to take place. We need to have an open interpretation. We do not need to be product-oriented, but we need to have the concepts clear on what we want to do.
Thank you, Patrick. We have another question there. Many questions. Okay, we have time. So, do you have more time, Patrick?
I'm fine.
Okay.
I just don't want to prevent you from having coffee.
No, we still have time for coffee. So let's go ahead with the questions. This is one of students from Mexico. Welcome.
Yes. Hi, Patrick. First of all, I think I speak for all when that we're very grateful for the presentation and sharing of the knowledge. My question is regarding the obstacles that European Council foresees for Latin American jurisdictions and why haven't countries been able to adapt these regulations. In Mexico, European regulation is very studied because it's considered very advanced. However, we do see a material obstacle enforcement. Many of the regulations for it's considered to be a little bit strict, and we're also like in a process of building all the regulatory framework or legal framework. So the first question is, what obstacles does the European Council identify as some of the great barriers for the global adoption of their standards? And the other question goes to, for all those for all those countries that are trying to build a domestic regulatory framework, what will be the principles that, or yeah, principles of technological regulation regarding, for example, I see a clear tendency for flexibility in order not to be product oriented and withstand the time, the passing of time, and well, that will be what are the principles, what are the obstacles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before Patrick responds, let me tell you that Patrick understands very well Spanish, and I can help with Portuguese. So don't be afraid of doing the question in other language. Sorry for interrupting them. We have another here, but go ahead. Patrick, if you want to answer our colleague
Okay,
from
I can
Mexico,
answer.
okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the
That's
name
okay.
of
That's okay.
the name of the student from Mexico.
¿Cómo es tu nombre? Alejandro from Mexico.
Okay, Alejandro. Alejandro, thank you again for this crucial question. I will, if I may, I will do a little bit of a boutade. I don't know if that translates into English or into Spanish.
No.
Boutade basically means a self-conscious assessment of one's own intervention. And I think we need to be very clear about something, and that is that the world has changed. The world has changed and we've not noticed it. And that's not only with climate change, but that's also with the ideas and concepts. And I believe that even the European Commission, and I want to stress that Council of Europe and European Union are two different instruments. Council of Europe is a 19th century based diplomatic organization of cooperation between governments, an intergovernmental cooperation. Whereas the European Union is a supranational instrument, which is devised for the countries which are members of the European Union, and probably have had in the past a tendency to not only see their standards to be developed for the countries which are party to the European Union, but which would also have a global impact. And that's where I say the world has changed. The world was already different, but the world has changed for many different reasons. And we have not sufficiently yet taken that into account, and I believe that an intergovernmental institution such as the Council of Europe is probably better prepared for those changes. And that is that you cannot develop a regulatory framework which is devised for a specific region and then expect everyone else to join in on that. And that is why, for example, when it comes to the Budapest Convention, from the start, it was an open convention which was devised in order to attract countries which were faced with that problem at that time. I'm speaking 25 years ago, that were faced with those problems and integrate them in the development of the standards that we were going to apply. That's also what we're right now doing with our Convention on Artificial Intelligence. That is, involve the countries that have a stake, instead of saying we will develop it in a specific geographical context and will export the concept. And instead of now putting up the barriers and the difficulties and pointing at the countries in the global south to be able to say, well, this and there are the obstacles and that you're not doing right. The key thing is that we develop those standards together. And unfortunately, and the GDPR is maybe the last such an instrument that has been solely devised at a European soil for European Union citizens and being exported to the world and having many difficulties, not only within or outside the European Union to be implemented, but also within the European Union to be implemented. So my starting point, Alejandro, would be, what are our common interests, and base ourselves on those common interests within democratic societies, which are diminishing. That's also fair. Our system of democracy, human rights, and rule of law is at risk. Only about 30% of the world population actually lives in a functioning democracy. So we need to be able to preserve a number of those core values, and that's what the Council of Europe stands for. That is to preserve those core values, but ensure that the key stakeholders that have an interest in developing further standards are actually taken into account when doing this. And then I think, don't think, if I jump to artificial intelligence, for example, don't think that individual states in Europe are any further advanced than many of the countries in Latin America. They're not. They're not. I went to the Dutch Parliament just before the summer, and the same, I went to the Belgian Parliament to speak about our convention in development, convention in development on artificial intelligence. The question I got back from the Belgian Parliament, for example, was, should we go ahead with our own legislation, or should we wait for European legislation to come about in order to be able to fit into that? That's a key issue. I think we're all learning, we're all progressing, we all have ways of doing it and reflection. And of course, if towards a global phenomena, we can have global answers which are adapted to those different realities, I think that is crucial. Where no one has, we can always presume that we're discovering the hot water, but I think the only way of really dealing with that is making sure that we have a common thermometer to be able to see whether the water is hot or not. It would be very pretentious when it comes to artificial intelligence, for example, for us, I'm talking now Europe, to dictate what countries that are much more at the forefront of the development of such artificial intelligence would be to tell others what to do. I don't know, Alejandro, if that responds to your question, but that's basically it. Let's face it. You mentioned the GDPR. The difficulty has been, for example, between the European Union and the United States. We had several bilateral agreements based on the GDPR. We had the Safe Harbor Agreement. We have the Data Shield. We are now into a third bilateral agreement. The two previous ones have been, let's say, flouted back by the European Court of Justice. Now, for the third agreement, the third bilateral agreement, one member of the European Parliament launched a complaint with the European Court of Justice, and we will see whether it's going to be upheld or not. So we really need global, I would say, standards which we can all agree upon, rather than devising them in one single geographical location.
Thank you very much. We have 2 more questions, I think. Desapareció el micrófono. Bueno, ya. Acá ya. Ya lo tiene, ya lo tiene. Ok, muchas preguntas. Many questions. That's fantastic.
Muy bien.
Vamos, ¿quién pregunta? Hola. Bueno. ¿Otro? Estamos compartiendo micrófono.
But please tell me your names and where you come from, so that also.
Ok. Va el micrófono. Ahí llegó.
Hello, my name is Igor. I'm from Brazil. And my question is in this subject. First, do you think, it's actually 2 questions in 1 question. Do you think that we are close to having an international regime about the internet issues or the internet management, about creating an international organization to help the countries to develop the questions about internet and security and privacy, and how can we from Global South can trust North, from like especially United States and Europe, that this is not going to be an intervention in our national interests, because during the Dilma Rousseff government, we had intervention of American government in our national interests. That's all. Thank you.
Gracias.
Shall I respond?
Yes.
Well, in fact, I wouldn't say that there is an organization that already governs the internet. There is, of course, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, which is ICANN. And I'm sure that Olga can tell you much more about it than I can. It's an American multi-stakeholder group and non-profit organization which is responsible for coordinating the maintenance and procedures of several databases which are related to namespace and numerical spaces of the internet, and ensuring in a way stable and secured internet connections, which obviously the first criticism there was based in the United States under United States legislation. The quest, I think, and in Europe, for example, there's a lot of discussion whether we should continue to work and to focus, like the South School doing, on internet governance, or are we at a stage further? I'll explain myself a little bit. To which extent is the internet, and will the internet in the coming years still be the privileged place for exchange? Will there be other means in order to do so? Which other means will they be? We very often discuss the question of, do we, from a Council of Europe perspective, it was always what is happening online needs to respect the norms that exist offline. So it was opposing these two worlds in a way, the online world and the real world, we used to say, the offline world. Is that going to be the future? I don't know. Some say, well, the metaverse is the next step up, the immersive realities, where the opposition that we very often declared that existed between online and offline is actually no longer existing. When I sometimes walk in the streets, I see that people are both in both worlds at the same time. They're in both worlds. They step off the tram, metro, but they have their earphones on. They're in a way cut off that reality. So we're into more and more, I believe, into an immersive reality that combines the factual world and the virtual world. That's the reality. I think what we have seen also is that from the start, there was no real wish to govern the internet. The real wish was to have an open, free, neutral space in which people could do as they wanted, very much an American model, let's face it, which provided for a number of opportunities, but we have less incorporated the risks that it could contain. When we now, following some statistics that 70 or 80% of the content on the internet becomes disinformation, that a big amount of the content that is being provided is controlled by social media networks, private networks. Sometimes it's really exuberated, and it's contrary to what it probably used to be of having a government trying to impact on it. We see that increasing. We're confronted with private actors. As long as those private actors somehow disappear in the background, even though they're very prominent, for example, the Facebook and Metaverse and Meta, that basically were providers, almost invisible providers. But the moment companies take radical decisions, for example, the changeover from Twitter to X, then we all of a sudden realize that those companies that govern this world are not neutral. They have a very clear philosophy, ideology. They have very clear ideas what they want to do with the data they recover from and how they're going to exploit those. And that they are clear, but the users are, and the clients are not usually very clear about. So, and especially when we're moving this level up, not only offline, online, but towards this immersive world where we exist in a different space altogether. We need to have clear principles on how this is going to happen, and that needs to be defined at much more of a global level in which all stakeholders, not only the private interest, but also civil society, also academia, also governments, have a keen interest and need to play a crucial role together. And that's a little bit what I gather from what we try to do at the level of the Internet Governance Forum, the United Nations, what ICANN tries to do by involving many different stakeholders in their consultations, and in order to be able to have a clear look on what is important for our present-day society. Quite honestly, Igor, I think what is crucial is to look at what type of society do we want to create? What type of society do we stand for? And adapt that technological reality, whether that be through artificial intelligence, through all the electronic communication, to put them in at the assistance, the type of society that, rather than having us created by the current technological.
Thank you, Patrick. I think we have a competition for questions here. Let's see. ¿Cuántas tenemos? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. 7. Wow. Okay. Brief and up to the point, please.
I will also try to be
we still have
briefer
15
in my
minutes.
responses.
Sorry, Patrick?
I will try to be briefer in my responses.
Okay. We have like 15 minutes until, so we are okay. And if you still have 15 minutes, please go ahead.
I'm gonna be fast. My name is Lucas. I'm from Brazil. My question is, considering the accelerated transformation that occurred due to the COVID pandemic and the need to reduce climate impacts caused by larger cities, remote work appears as an interesting and possible solution. But as presented in these solutions, open the door to the possibility of cybercrimes and different types. Are there any solutions being developed by the Council of Europe to ensure that remote working remains available and safe?
Thank you. Very interesting question. I think we're all actually right now. I'm working remotely, not only because I'm giving this keynote intervention in Brazil while sitting Strasbourg in France, but also because half of the time I will work from home. I think that is probably one of the positive of indeed the COVID crisis, where we all of a sudden realized that it's maybe not necessary for everyone to move from one place to the other in order to be able to work productively, and that where we could see that we even could maybe work more productive. So preserving that possibility is crucial. I think it's the only way forward. I sometimes say the Industrial Revolution was marked by the fact that rural populations moved to industrial areas. The digital revolution took place in our pockets unnoticed. We haven't drawn the consequences from it until the COVID crisis, and I do really hope that the effect, the impact on our work-life balance can somehow be maintained. And therefore, indeed, we need to preserve that possibility in implementing the necessary cybersecurity measures, and in order to be able to fight cybercrime that is connected to this remote participation and this remote working in our societies. That's one of the key issues that we're working on when it comes to social charter, Council of Europe, that is to look at the impact that the teleworking has had, and also in order to be able to preserve those new rights that emanate from.
Question? Oh, many hands. You should come down here and stay one day, full day with us and speak.
Okay. And I was in João Pessoa, the IGF at the time,
Okay.
2015.
Yes, 2015. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Isabelle. I'm from Brazil. I have a quick question about digital evidence. I know that the Convention of Budapest, we have a lot of directions around the use of digital evidence, but understanding that now we have artificial intelligence and we can use artificial intelligence to produce digital evidence, I would like to ask, how are the discussions around this topic? What do we have until now about this specific topic, the use of artificial intelligence evidence?
Isabel, that's a very pertinent question. And in fact, it has more to do with the efficiency of justice. Because with what we are trying to do on the one side is, of course, to preserve people from cybercrime, and in order to have an authentic means, have authenticated means to be able to see whether something is true or false, whether something is evidence or whether it's fake evidence used. And with the development of artificial intelligence, it obviously becomes more and more difficult. At the same time, there are means to be able to identify and authenticate information. For example, and that goes from in very different areas of life. As you know, Europe right now is also in the midst of a war on soil. And one of the key things that we want to do there to ensure that we collect electronic evidence to what is really happening. We're making a register damage, for example, in Ukraine right now. So the fact of being able to authentify the reality of the evidence received remains crucial. Everything that happens leaves an electronic trace and of course can be manipulated. But there are also means to be able to discern that manipulation. And of course we need to continue together with law enforcement to be able to continue to identify clearly how and what to do about this. So thank you for the question. We work with our Commission on the Efficiency of Justice, so-called the SSIG, has identified a number of tools, including tools of artificial intelligence, to be able to identify what are the evidence elements that can be, say, counted upon and what needs to be discarded.
Thank you very much. More questions?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. I'm Douglas from Brazil. I have a question about a comparison. I would like to ask you to do a comparison. The Budapest Convention. My point of view. Budapest is more like an umbrella that did not went the details of the things. All the countries can put their own this that, and the GDPR went in specific detail. It brought very much good effects, but brought very bad effects. For me, for example, I work as a network engineer. I work with cybersecurity. I need to do some diagnostic from back, maybe discern that from a false positive or and I went to whois does not work anymore. It does not work anymore. We can use it. We don't have source of truth. We have several disaggregated for the world. So we are on a governance school discussing multis. Considering those two examples, which one was best, had the best results, or what should inspire more from the intelligence that's coming here, or HLD an umbrella, or go to the details? How do you see that?
Thank you. In fact, the object of, on the one side, the Budapest Convention and the GDPR are not the same. If we want to make link and comparison, then it would probably have to be between what we call our Convention 108 and 108 plus, which is data protection. Our data protection convention, Convention 108, which is considered more or less to be the grandmother of data protection, because it was elaborated over 40 years ago. I'm always amazed because I think it was adopted in 1980 or 1981. At the time, speaking about the automated processing of personal data, before the age of computers, always seems to me like visionary science fiction. Yeah, but we did elaborate it, and that's why it's somehow the grandmother of the data protection system. We modernized that convention with the so-called Convention 108 plus, which is actually Convention 228, and that convention basically gives us a global framework, which also already 56 countries have joined up to Convention 108 and are now applying to become the members of Convention 108 plus. The difference is in scope. On the one side, the GDPR, and you always have to remember that the basis, the work of the European Union is the economic part. And even though there is a human rights dimension to it, it always remains as a starting that the possibility to change goods, persons, services within Europe, within the Union, but also with third parties. So the basic concern is always from the European Union side, and that is the translation. That is, to which extent are products compatible with what the regulations are at the European Union level. The starting point of the Council of Europe is totally different. The starting point of the Council of Europe is to which extent is my privacy or privacy respected? And my privacy is respected when we respect the data that are connected to my privacy. The different starting point. We're not product centered, we're human rights centered. And in developing that, that also basically means, and that's why sometimes I believe that we really, and that's how the Council of Europe developed and has been here for almost 75 years. We're celebrating 75 years of existence next year. I've only been part of it for 35 by that time, but still, the reason, the basic starting point is different. And I believe that we should be able to start from that threshold. That is, we should be able to first start from to which extent are the core values we stand for, are they being protected, what we do. And build on that as an extra layer to say, Well, what does that now mean with regards to products? But first have this common basis. And that common basis should be the core values. That's what we're doing with artificial intelligence as well. That is, first make sure that the basis is there, then you can build on it. Now, within Europe, the development as such, the European Union, which is a much closer union than the Council of Europe countries, basically, have taken over this product-centered approach and impose that in a way to how things are operating. But it reveals quite a number of major difficulties, including in their relation with third world countries, because it's still, I'm sorry to say, but, well, I'm maybe not so sorry to say, but it's the old Eurocentric way of looking at the world. That's why I'm saying we need to look at the world in a different way.
Thank you, Patrick. Now we are competing with coffee break. So I promise I can send the questions one more, but it's the last one, okay? La última. And then if there are other questions, I promise I can send you by email. And because then we have to compete with, but please be brief and we go to coffee break.
Hello, Patrick. First of
Hi.
all, I thank you very much for your thoughts. I'm sure that it was very great for all of us students. And well, my name is Iago. I'm from Brazil, from the state of Ceará. And my question is quite similar to Isabel's one. Talking about artificial intelligence, I would like to know how the Council of Europe is facing the cybercrimes topic in the light of the AI era. And in your understanding, AI is increasing or even has the potential to increase the cybercrimes? And how to balance these two settings in your regulation agenda? Thank you very much again.
Thank you so much. My answer is can be very short. AI has enormous potential to increase cybercrime, for the reason that the tools that we are using in order to analyze data, for example, or to disseminate very specific systems of communication worldwide, rapidly, without boundaries, is multiplied, extrapolated by artificial. Let's face it, I mean, right now, and I want to distinguish between use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the whole robotics. Because basically, right now, artificial intelligence is based on collection of data on the one side, using those data, and drawing conclusions. In which system do we have more data than in the internet and internet application? There's none. The information that we provide freely, more or less conscientiously, to our internet service provider, to social network, is multiplied. I always say we're no longer speaking about what we used to call the big data. The big data are very personal. And the exploitation of those personal data through internet and through massive data collection by private companies leads to an exploitation possibility, not only from the good boys, girls, but also from the bad boys and girls. That's why this information become an industry. attacks to the computer systems of hospitals becomes a game. So we really need to have a very, very close look at how this artificial intelligence, by the use of data, linguistic systems, networks, will spread very rapidly, much more personalized than in the.
Okay, now it's coffee time. Another aplauso para Patrick nuevamente. Thank you, Patrick, very much for your generous contributions and your time. I hope to see you. Will you be in Japan in IGF?
Yes, I will.
Okay, see you there then. Thank you very much. We keep in touch and muchas gracias. Muito obrigado a todos becários, bolsistas por perguntas muito boas. Agradeço a vocês. Have a nice day, Patrick. Hope to see
Same
you
to
soon.
you.
Ciao.
See you soon, Olga.
Ciao, ciao.
See you.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that was very productive. Fue muy bueno, ¿eh? A las 11 tenemos que estar acá porque hay 2 sesiones largas sobre privacy, cybersecurity. ¿Okay? Gracias por las preguntas, muy buenas todas.
Sejam bem-vindos todos, todas. Retomar aqui os painéis, painel. Estamos aqui hoje bem de hora. Eu gostaria que a gente mantivesse esse horário sob controle para que a gente pudesse finalmente visitar hoje à tarde, aí no finalzinho da tarde, o Museu da Cidade Estadual e a exposição. Tem gente chegando hoje, sejam bem-vindos. Hein? E neste painel, nossos convidados já estão disponíveis, Lucas? Já estão aí? Começamos a colocar todos aqui. A nossa. Essa Anastasia, bem-vinda. Ana, Maritza, como está? Todas? Aqui, a gente. Já está por aqui o professor. A ideia deste painel agora, eu acho que vocês estão percebendo a construção aí. No dia 1 a gente olha infraestrutura, né? No dia 2 a gente olha para protocolos de comunicação, hoje a gente começa a olhar para camadas, digamos, socialmente mais
protocol, and the third part now, the third day, we can analyze the more complex part of the internet. And one of the complications and the problem is that we are worried about the database, especially. And today we have a lot of colleagues here talking about different topics from this database protection. And I have studied law and discussed this at the university, at UEPB and UFCG. He has a very great experience about the database, especially in this area, international relationship. How can we increase in this area? And Yuri is going to help us with this. I'm going to start this panel. It's a challenge, the experiences of data governance, and we have to analyze the region perspectives, talking about good practices from governance.
Buenos días.
Información pública.
We received 173 opinions, and this public consult had 6 articles, and the results of this, we had 43 projects, and they were so important, talking about the participation of the population and the collaboration. Another important thing is that this law project talked about region legislation, because if we have different locations, we can face different ways because of the region locations. And it's important to talk about the protection of the personal data. Brazilian law is the more modern law in the world. The projects from Chile, Paraguay, and Costa Rica, they were so important too. And the partial are the law of Argentina. They were rewritten, and it was so important. And this is the rules that we have in Europe too, and Ibero-American standard. When we started working on this project, we had a lot of challenges. How can we face legislation? How can we face legislation talking about the developing of these principles, the technological neutrality, which we faced this kind of thing, talking about the languages and the project of the law. We discussed it and tried not to name private technology for the future generations. Other principles that we can take responsibility is the entrance. Especially in the Argentina project of law, and other one is the interpretation of the laws. We have to interpret the laws most favorable. We have to face the data and we have to interpret the law, especially considering the human rights. So it's so important, the idea of the interpretation of the law. And another important topic is talking about the country, and it's a reality and it's global and it's necessary. And we have to protect the data like a great value. With the cooperation of the authorities, we have to take in consideration the participation of the community and the government. One chapter is following the Argentina tradition. It can implement a lot of mechanisms in case of sharing data for countries that doesn't have this document. We are looking for prevent mechanisms, especially in Argentina. And we are trying to share this document in international relationships. We have to implement some mechanisms to guarantee the international relationship. Other one is the legal basis. In this topic, there is a great difference. The law prohibits this treatment of the data and a lot of other options. And this is a positive way establishing a legal base with all the conditions that are necessary to be valid and to be formal. And they have to establish other legal bases. The execution of a contract is necessary to develop the contract. It's a legal base to start the treatment. When the private life of a person is in the game, so it's fundamental. But none of them is a white card. No se puede, we can't do whatever we want with the data. We have to take care of the data, especially in personal and private data. We need to have the authorization that is necessary to follow the legal basis, especially for kids and teenagers, talking about the protection of this group of people that are natural beings, especially because they are using this technology and they need this protection. The limitation. There is another chapter in the book about the treatment. Talking about the proactive treatment. Data protection. It's important to mention that it's important to tell that we these companies are supposed to follow the law. If they are not in the country, they need to follow the country the law the same way. Of course, it's going to occur some incidents of insecurity, but but we have to be sure that it's going to take the correct treatment. So it's important to have regulation work. So not all of them are going to answer to their actions, but we need to have this protection. And the creation to actualize the mechanisms and they have to have mechanisms to apply a some- this question. In general lines, these are the main topics that I can talk about the Argentine law project.
Gracias.
Thank you so much, Anastasia. I think that in your process, you have the participation of the external public, and this is a very important topic because when we have the popular participation, it increases a lot our work. Now I'm going to talk to Jimena Morales. She's in Mexico. She was in Mexico in 2019, and we can learn a lot of interesting aspects about the law of Mexico. Jimena, when we talked about this in Mexico, we talked about the pandemic and what were the challenges that you were working.
Sector of investigation. So we are investigating the sector of technology. I'm gonna start about the history. Gonna start by the history, how that has started, till how we arrive here today. Just like Argentina, we started by the same place. Yeah, we start by the access of the information to pass to the next step. So we must see the roof of the first department with of North America, economic agree of North America in 1994. So the personal data was in another side. Just right now is coming to the right side. The federal institution of investigation of data. It's under international accord. So when in 2002, when the democracy arrived in Mexico, Mexico has become a democratic country. But before, in the year 2000, has changed the political face of the political in Mexico, and also has changed the thematics about the personal data, personal information. After this, they had reformation in 2002, 2004. All of these reformulations are important because all of these reformations show us something important to take about this information. For this, the Wi-Fi business the executive, but right now don't need no more. The organ, just like another planet, and it's independent from the others. And he is a technical and specialized organ, has a distinct process to work the president, a committee. So this is interesting party. Another one is the law was has two parts of the law right now. Everything has about public resources. Anyways, is from executive, legislative, anything. Gonna constat, gonna answer. People they use the public resources as a law also for the syndicate. And that created a corporative system. The syndicate has a really good power in our society. So that was one of the deepest changes, and after this was created a law the privates. So that's why we have it to the publics and to the privates. So a challenge, this is a challenge we lawyers, we have it all the time in the area of the technology. So talking about Mexico, you don't see the personal dates, and also in America Latina. So that's why you use the European model. So that's why we went to expand to see how that works there to bring to our country, Mexico, Argentina, for example. They look to a distinct way to the privacy, and we see from the another way the privacy. So for us, we must use the privacy from this different way from the European. They're really different. So that's why we are trying to use our model of privacy to determine privacy as in our constitution. It's not so deep. So just like in circles, and when someone's making some presentation, just need to look at how we gonna make a good organization of this, how we can use this as a goodness way. And until now we don't have ratified these terms yet, but it must be something really more developed. So trying to the best for this. So try to bring in investments, money for this. The implication of the general thing. Are new figures to the data protection. Try to see what are gonna be about under the data protection, and all of this need money. You know, talk you also talk about the infrastructure and the governments in America Latina don't give a lot of money for this party. That's really hard to work with just little money, don't with a low quantity of money. So this is really complex. That's the question of 2019. Why the laws stay they freeze it and don't change, don't happen nothing, it's not applied, we don't have agrees, because any law has an important impacted Mexico, and someone presents a new law must see where you come the money, how that gonna be paid. And now we're talking about the IAEA. The Congress started to talk about the EA. We have some formulation, institutional her formulation to do. Take off from the fridge. The Congress can make this working and talk with the IEA. And I think that must be gonna be good, because if you don't use the innovation gonna be stopped, and we must give a chance to the innovation. And you don't have this chance, you never gonna be a good regularization. It has something we need to come back to talk. It's the law of cybersecurity. It's already in the Congress, but was not put in the table right now until now. I like the law, but I care about how I'm gonna be approved, because are really expensive laws. For example, we know about the creation of cybersecurity minister. Know has a great participation of the government, prices, organization, but this needs money. We like the cooperation, but for this we need money. So with this, we could take all the information about the hacker attacks, not just to the public institutions, but also to the private institutions. Government, it's giant. Per each chapter has something. So what are you gonna do with this about neutrality? Just like in Anastasia was talking about technologic transparency, it explain all the stage, all the steps you're gonna make this working kind of governance. There's no way nation can you, because the IA is another door, it's not a thing. nosotros tenemos que intentar, we need to try to make sure to give the chance to work. So the crimes against the banks in Mexico, I have some numbers. 2021, more attacks in 2021 than 2020. That's number. So they are a problem. More than 24,000 bank carriers problems, and all of this was in sectors, cyber sectors, security. That's why that law can resolve this. It's hard. Um, well, just like the regulation gonna be hard also. Well, when you put your face, you gonna must fight for this. True. Hackers, but then in jail, protected our users that need a lot of things to work. That's why came my dream to become the true. So, before I talk about the digital rights, we are mix it with the human rights also, the use of the network of the internet, everything. So we'll also talk about no discrimination, free expression, because for me this is really important, and for the lawyers, we trying to going with the laws, the rights, the human rights, the freedom rights, digital rights also. It's really amazing for the lawyers. They are always inventing something new, categories. But, well, so what I see, what I carry me about the front of really big innovation, technological, gonna behind of this modern. Some of technologies are already obsolete, don't use anymore. So what are we gonna do about the cyber security? We know they don't have fear of the laws. Has laws, but they don't respect. They don't have fear. But I would like to let you about this. I thematics carry me about the woman really are outside of these thematics about this revolution, technologic, the laws as a barrier, the women's minorities also. The women's we are the minorities. So ID, a big part of the population, it's far and don't have the digital ID, and they have an idea that she can have the digital ID. It's the basically something real basic. A lot of kids of the immigration problems. So all of this you can take from the data, but we don't have this data because don't have arrived yet your servers, and I don't see no one working for this. I don't see any government working for this, bring this to the technology era of technology. So everything of these are outside. A lot of women don't know what is this, what is digital ID, of this information must be inside of the enterprise institutions, everything, and but don't exist. And carry me and give focus in another thing. So my advice was to care about this thematic of inclusion as a law, as a politic, as a way to participate of our society, make a digital commerce. This create a digital market. This create an equalitarian society. So we are making really good laws, but not enough. But that's all. Thank you, Jimena. It was really a pleasure. What you bring, what you brought to us. I think we have a lot of questions about this, about you have said, about to reuse the laws are already has and changing then to the future to this era. Talk about also about what was really important. It's really hard to make this true and this caring about this. And right now, forgive me for this, but our time is it's slow. Feel like you're here for much time. We like to have the fellows. Maria, welcome. We talk about a lot of the protection of data in Peru, an action project. It's a shame you can be here, but I hope you can be here in the future. But we have representation of Peru. Good morning. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. I'm so amazed to be here and to be beside all of you, important people about this topic. This achievement of the society of information, um, talking about the technology is amazing. And here in my country, to contextualize this topic, we have that August 26th, 26th, the authorization, the government authorized it and reformed our system. And this is very interesting because we have the opportunity. We have the opportunity to participate, to design this project. And we can comment and determine it, the incorporated figure, because there are some elements that are not in the document. So we have to analyze our legislation, and I really needed to talk about some other initiatives topics, especially in the artificial intelligence law that is already published, and we have a lot of comments about it. and comment about the application of it. But our project, according to our team, our project, I'm going to repeat, it's open because you can comment and everybody can comment about it. Talking about personal data to monitorize, to implementize. It's for the state. It's a complement for the state, but not in the private sector. Okay. For us, it's a new topic because we don't have this kind of legislation already done. Talking about personal data, what do we need? And an important thing is that we are going to, what are we going to do to make sure that what we are discussing is going to happen in truth, in our reality. Talking about the legal level, we talk about the extractor level. Are we going to follow the international practice, or are we going to create our own practice? So we have some questions about it. And some of our questions exclude the personal data. And this is a great news that we are bringing in this document. So who is going to respond these problems, this kind of problem? It's a subjective right. It's a very difficult topic to discuss. We are going to take and to analyze a little bit much better. And we need to have a very clear law to organize this kind of data, to organize the responsibility of the data who is sharing at the internet. In the internet, the data is sharing with a high speed, in a high speed. So we have another very important team. That's it. What's changing is the rules of the law. We are discussing about the rules of the law, not the law itself. The actual rule talks about different things. This content and the traffic figure is a very interesting and a gray area to discussion. For years we talked about it. the access for information, the responsibility of the authorities, the Ministry of Justice. How can we do it? How can we make it? What it's going to generate? Everything changed a lot during the years. But we have to take in consideration that there are competences and rules in general that we can discuss. Sometimes we don't have so clear this topic, and we don't have so clear who has the real responsibility. This content is because I don't have much time. The content in July 15th, there was an important law in Peru with the main we we already had a law about this. It was from 2020, before the pandemic, talking about the private sector, how does it promote we are so active in this topic, but of course we have nothing and we are structuring the ideas. The most important thing is that the Peru secretary is inviting all the parts to help and to help to make this legislation. We have the digital transformation politics from last June, talking about the positions, legislations, and the politics in general. I think we already have a law about the artificial intelligence, and there are a lot of critics about this. But at least we have something to show our work about this theme, this content. We have a list of this content, and this is so important. So important. We have discussing about a lot of different themes. For example, the artificial intelligence and how is it developing. All the members of the system, we are together presenting a project to reform this, like human right, fundamental right. And this is a great access of this kind of data. And we also have a project We also have a project about the about, I don't want to talk more about this because we don't have much time, but we can follow the discussion with you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marisa. I can't avoid to tell you that this is a very practical location. How can we solve this problem in day by day in Peru or um, we really like to this kind of solution, practical solution, and a lot of real cases and people they are talking and trying to solve. But unfortunately, I can't went to Lima this time. But what you three told us today, talking about the data protection, some people can think that it talks about security, artificial intelligence, and transformation according to each government. I want to change to Portuguese now. I'm going to show you some Paraíba demonstration. Yuri Paiva is here with me. He's a university professor in Campina Grande.
As I always say, we use formal words, but this feeling that takes me of immense happiness to be here in Campina Grande. This Campina Grande is amazing. And I'm really grateful to you, Claudio, to be here because of you. And I'd like to greet all who are here and I'd like to thank the invitation. With great satisfaction. And if you allow me, Claudio, to read all the public here of the teachers present here. Name of Professor Amanda, Professor Claudio Aquino from UEPB. I greet you all the students and teachers of graduation, post-graduation, the students of our project, Maria Luisa, Ana Caroline, they are here with us today. And it seems that your intelligence is always here because we are having a moment in which we bring these national cases related to a global aspect about the data. As an initial point, I'd like to say that I'm a professor of the International Relations of Paraíba there in João Pessoa, and I'm the Dean of Security, the Jarrett Security. There's something more important than energy in our daily base. So the countries are always looking for to satisfy, to solve these questions of energy. And of course, in this way, they don't do it by themselves. And a lot with this has to do with the relation with other countries. international. So we study this part of the international agreements.
Daqui a pouco, né? Eu vou ter que dar uma filada aqui. Então, a gente
We are in the field of international greetings. There are data. And what is the great problem that we have been facing? How can we access data about the greetings of the countries, and especially those related to energy? So we started to research, and we found here in Brazil the platform Concordia, where you can go there on the website, and there's the database of the greetings in Brazil in general. But if you want to look for the energy area, you must put the title energy ethanol. And if you want to look for things about Brazil in Europe, you're going to have some lists. You have to read every single list to understand the things. So Brazil, we have this platform in Brazil. And what is this reality in other places? And I bring here our research, and it has identified that only 3 countries has data in which we can see the greetings here in Africa, Ghana, Africa, and Africa from South. Here specifically, here in South America, all countries have a way that we can access this data about the greetings. How can we understand these greetings if we don't have access to them? What is written there about it? So we have identified that only 3 countries have website about other international relations. Bolivia, Venezuela, they have data of agreements. We don't have information about the agreements. If you go to Venezuela, you have a website to international relations with other countries, but it is only the title. You don't have access to the agreements. When you go to Chile and Ecuador, you have education to do a requirement to the institutes for they to pass you the list of the agreements. So we are here with countries that have official lists. Argentina and also Mexico. So what happens? We are in a situation about a very important topic that is related to the data. And some countries don't have the data, so we don't know the history of their relation with international relations. So, taking into account this, what is the duty of science in all this? So the group of study about the energy, they're studying about the agreements of Brazil, and they have developed a scientific research and technological development. We have created a system called Enetrix, in which you can been working about the data of Brazil, about technological issues, to have fast information. If you want to know about information from Brazil about the technology and electricity, with Enetrix, you can do it with 5 seconds. What does it mean? This is a compromise that the science has to bring solutions. Pay attention, more justice, more equity to international relations. Because imagine how hard it is in a small country that needs this formation to be in agreements all over the other countries. So we have inetrix.com.br, a technology that talks about technology and other issues. So what happens? Taking my last words. Last year, we were with the first commission of teachers and researchers following the presence of Brazil in the security of ONU. And we have the opportunity to, along with the project, with the platform analytics and Professor Rafael, so with the reading of resolutions of ONU, and Antonio Pires, with the reading of discussions of ONU, we have made 3 platforms. And this platform went to UNITA. And we were invited last June. In March, we came back there, invited by UNITA. Democratization of the access of international relations. Were 35 countries that were following our event. And what were the most of the events? 31 countries can be considered as the South global South, and only 4 countries of North. See how the access to information are in these kinds of technology that we are involving. So it is interesting for all other countries. I can't follow to mention. I just want to say one thing. I'm really pleased today because this technology that you are developing, because when you go to, for example, the United States, they have diplomats to take care of ONU. So this technology gained some space in ONU, and I'm very happy to tell you that in the end of Marco Soasso, the director of UNITA in New York, he invited us for the releasing of Data Economics Academy. And in order to release these technologies that is going to bring equality and justice, what are the projects? One of them is Inetrix and other projects. So this Data Commons Academy, going with these data and bring a discussion about the access to information, and we are happy because the technology that's going to be there are involved in South Global, and we are here to change the situation, change the scenario. If it is not about that, so nothing makes sense. Thank you very much, Yuri. This is all about South. So, like a program like this, like a system like this. Inetrix is unique. There is no other platform like this one. This is the first who works like this. And the solution, so if served to some areas, it is probably going to work also in accordance to other areas. Thank you for being here. We are always learning here. From now on, we can see some of these solutions. Unfortunately, we don't have too much time for the interaction. So I'd like you to ask you to leave your contacts for us to ask you later some questions. Because I'm pretty sure that some people here have interest in this topic. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ok. Cris, você está aí? Pode me ouvir? Eu falarei algumas palavras em português. Oi, Cris. Nós faremos a primeira parte em inglês, porque temos Cris aqui. E depois temos continuar. Olá. Presidente. Fórum Global. Trabalhar.
Also, which security is debated, if there will be one day one convention like the cybercrime one for cybersecurity. What do you think about it? And thank you very much for your time and for being with us today.
Thank you, Olga. And how long would you like me to go, just to make sure, because I know you're running a little late?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you very well.
Yeah. How long do you want me to go?
Oh, well, we have like 1 hour, so you may take 5-10 minutes.
Okay. All right. So, a lot to cover in that time. First, let me talk about. First, it's great to be here with all of you.
Chris, I know this is difficult for you, but we have simultaneous translation. Just,
okay.
just have that in
I'll
mind.
slow down then. It's great to be with all of you today. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but it's nice to join you again and to see Olga again and the other people on the screen as well. As Olga said, I have been doing cyber for many years, for now 33 years, first as a prosecutor doing cybercrime cases, then at the Maine Justice Department in the US, then the White House, and finally as our first cyber diplomat before leaving government, and among other things, running the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. But I also do other things too, like there's a podcast I do called Inside Cyber Diplomacy, which I commend to all of you. It's on CSIS, and you can all access it on your favorite podcast platform. The GFC is the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. It was founded in 2015 in recognition of the great need for cyber capacity, cybersecurity in particular, capacity building around the world. That although there were lots of different programs that lots of different countries were doing, they weren't particularly well coordinated. They sometimes overlapped. I used to joke the same 5 people and name whatever country you want were trained by 15 different countries, and then they would end up leaving. And so that was hardly sustainable. It was hardly a good use of resources, and it wasn't strategic. So the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise was formed in 2015. It was made independent just before the pandemic as an independent foundation. It is a community of literally hundreds of people, of 60 different governments from around the world, of a number of civil society players, both academia and other institutions, of private sector entities, a number of those too, a couple dozen of those. And significantly, it's a community that organizes itself around this issue of capacity building, including on issues of cybercrime, national strategies, awareness training and education, standards, and critical infrastructure protection and building computer emergency response teams. It's been very active. There's something called the Cybil portal, CYBIL. .org, which I recommend to you, cybilportal.org, and also the GFC.org, also recommended for further information. The The civil portal is open to everyone. Everyone in the audience can go to it. It has hundreds of different best practices, documents, et cetera, on all these different issues. And we partner with regional organizations around the world. For the Americas region, we partner with the OAS, who's here, as our regional hub, but also around the world, ASEAN and Africa, et cetera. The one thing I should mention is we have a major conference coming up in Accra, Ghana, at the end of November, where we're trying to bring together the cybersecurity capacity building community and the traditional development community, people like, aid organizations, et cetera, who don't normally talk to the cyber people. They're two different communities. And try to break down those stovepipes and make, because, cyber now undergirds every development program. When you talk about the UN development goals, if you look at those, almost all of them are undergirded by having strong cybersecurity, even though that's not mentioned separately. So I think it's important for us to bring them together and to really up our games. To Olga's other point, what's going on in the world? Well, a lot. There's a lot happening. These things are now being debated. It used to be when I started, no one really cared about this issue except for the people who did it. Now it's become a true priority political issue around the world, priority issue for governments, because I think there's understanding, partly occasioned by the ransomware epidemic and the war in Ukraine, that we are so dependent on cyber that it is important to really focus on these issues. So ransomware was something in the US and Brazil and around the world where when it targeted things like your fuel distribution or how you get your hamburger, that brought it home to the people. Most people think, oh, cybercrime, oh, cyber, I don't really care. But when they had to stand in line for gas, that makes a difference. And that translates into a true political priority. And that's what it's become over the last few years. It's also being debated in a number of places all around the world in various UN forums. And I'm going to hit on a couple of those just quickly. The two, I'd say, and to answer to Olga's point, will there ever be a global treaty for cyber security? I don't think so, or not in the next 10 or 15 years, I think. It's a very difficult issue, and we're still pretty much feeling out the contours of how this area works. In the UN, there's been a lot of progress over the last 10 years to agree on what they call voluntary norms of the state behavior. Things like states should not attack the computer emergency response teams of other states, like going after the hospitals or the ambulances. That states should not attack critical infrastructure in peacetime of another state. That states should cooperate with each other if there's malicious activity coming from their border. All very good things, voluntary, but very good things, and political commitments by these states. That's been one triad of the framework. Another is confidence building measures, just basic things like exchanging points of contact, trying to build confidence. And there's been work done in the OAS and other places on that, and also in Europe. And the third is how international law applies in cyberspace. And there's been good progress on that. Now, where there's been less progress is when states violate those, which we see all the time, in Ukraine and other places. What's the accountability? How do you make sure there's accountability for those violations so that these understandings of these rules of the road in cyberspace have teeth? And the other challenge, I think, is Russia and China in particular, and Belarus and some others, have been pushing for a global cyber security treaty. But that treaty really is meant to go after what we call content, to control speech, to deal with what they call destabilizing speech. It's not focused on necessarily cyber attacks as we know them, as technical attacks. It's also targeted information. And so that's very challenging for countries like ours that believe in free speech and discourse, and that's always a problem. So that's one ongoing concern. There has been progress there too. In the UN, there was a process called the Open-Ended Working Group. The good thing is every country in the world is involved, and that really is good. They're all debating that, so that's a positive thing. The bad thing is the low-hanging fruit has been picked, and so it's getting harder and harder to make progress. So just a few weeks ago, there was a meeting in this group. It's an ongoing group for 5 years, sort of like the Star Trek series, if you remember that, the 5-year mission. So they're now moving into the third year of that mission. They issue a progress report at the end of each year. I will tell you, this progress report was very challenging. They almost weren't able to reach a consensus. It's the consensus group. Russia and several other countries, Iran, Belarus, etc., basically tried to veto the consensus on whether or not there was a more prominent mention of their proposal for a global treaty. That was resolved at the last minute with footnotes, as I guess these things sometimes are in UN settings. But it was a consensus that made some progress, including creating a points of contact network. Now, that's been done in various other forums, regional forums, but the UN doing it could have some significance for cyber issues, and how that's going to be carried out is going to be explored in the next year. There's also progress on having more dedicated sessions on threats, more dedicated sessions on norms and how you implement them. Some work on international law, but not much. And then more focus on capacity building and how that's going to work. And that's going to be, obviously my organization will play deeply in that. There's been a number of proposals there. The overall thing is, we don't want the UN to duplicate existing efforts, but to work with the community even outside the UN, because the UN is built for states and not built for other stakeholders. So how can you do that? The second process I'll just briefly mention, so that's an ongoing one. The second one is the negotiations that are now taking place on the UN Cybercrime Treaty. Now, many of you know that there is an existing treaty called the Budapest Convention. I think there are now 70 countries, maybe I'm getting that number wrong, who have acceded to that convention, so quite a few. It's about 25 years old, I think now. It's a good convention, but a number of states wanted the UN to look at this. It's been a challenging negotiation. I think there was a lot of commonality in the beginning, but now that they're looking at text, the rubber has met the road, as we say, and there are a lot of tough things. And I think it comes back to this issue. The biggest issue there is scope, where Russia and China, in particular, and other countries, want a very broad scope, where the Cybercrime Treaty would deal with anything that involves technology, anything where technology is used. Even basic fraud and other issues where there's already laws, they think it should cover. And also things that we would consider human rights, like one delegate said there should be a law against spreading rumors about natural disasters, for instance, which seems like really, what is a rumor? How do you define that? So that's really a big debate there, a threshold debate. They had a negotiating session recently. It was a very challenging one. There's going to be another one coming up. They're trying to wrap up their work at the end of this year. I think it's anyone's guess if they're going to be able to reach a consensus, if they'll have to vote, which the treaty negotiation could go to that. But if that happens, I think it's going to be a very fragmented convention and very difficult. So that's a real challenge. And the very last thing I'll talk about is just, I mentioned ransomware. There's a lot of good work around ransomware. There's a counter-ransomware initiative that was started by the White House. There are now 30-some countries that are involved in it around the world, including from the Americas region, but also worldwide. And they've been making tactical progress. Much more needs to be done on ransomware. It's still an issue. It creates a sustained problem, but including safe havens that some governments are giving to ransomware actors. But there's really good progress, and a lot of they've created different teams. Singapore is chairing one, the UK is chairing one. There's a number of different countries that are chairing these teams, these groups, to look at how you disrupt ransomware actors. And I think that's a good thing. That challenge is good. So I'll stop there. There's much more I could say, but I don't want to take all the time. So thank you very much, Olga, and I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Chris. It's interesting what you mentioned, because we are working with the students in which is the importance of the multi-stakeholder process, and what is the difference in between multi-stakeholder and multilateral. My apologies, we will follow the talk in Spanish and Portuguese, and unfortunately the Zoom in where you are, it has no translation. So if you want to stay, you're welcome. If you have to leave, I will totally understand that. If you can stay, and there may be questions for you at the end of the panel, whatever you prefer. I know you have a very busy agenda and you travel a lot, so in both cases, that would be okay.
I'm catching a train to New York later for another panel, but I'll try to stay on a little bit.
Okay.
But I've been very happy to be with you.
Whenever you have to go to take the train to New York, just feel free to do that, and we will totally understand. Ahora voy a hablar en español. Podemos ¿Tenemos a Marcos ahí? ¿Estás, Marcos? ¿Volviste? No te veía en la sala. Tenemos a un panel...
Aquí estoy de nuevo.
Hola, querido, porque vi que fuiste y viniste. Tenemos un panel de primero, grandes amigos nuestros. Hola, va y viene el micrófono. Marcos, querido, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, todo muy bien.
Bueno,
desde
sé que
aquí.
te
Saludos
tenés
para todos por aquí.
Marcos es, primero es un prestigioso abogado especialista en ciberdelito, conocido en todo el mundo, pero además un orgullo que representa a Argentina en todas las negociaciones de la Convención de Budapest. Lo tuvimos a Patrick Penny, que esta mañana, que nos dio una charla bastante detallada sobre todo lo que hace el Consejo de Europa y sobre la Convención, pero vos has sido el responsable de participar en las últimas actualizaciones que ha tenido después de más de 20 años de existir, así que quería, si sos tan amable.
Bien, Pablo. Café más de meses y logramos con there. But you understand Spanish. You understand Spanish. I know that. Sí, escuchaba atentamente a Cris.
I was listening to Chris and to you. She talked about 70 countries, in fact, 78 countries. But I know that we have a lot of countries that are in the way to access, but it's so interesting, especially in the regional way. Since the beginning, and the composition of these 68 countries, especially European countries and lower countries. It's a very important convention, especially in conversation, international conversation, with all the countries that are part of the convention, United States, Canada, Mexico, and so on. Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, Peru, these countries, they are part of the convention. And it's so interesting to promote this kind of convention, to discuss these topics. Probably today is a very important, it's a very important meeting, and it's a real necessity. Of course, we have to take in consideration the participation of Europe and the countries of the convention, of European Convention. Like Olga said before, we can change the scene. That's why it's so important, this kind of convention. It's so interesting. It's a very interesting discussion, and we have important facts, especially in Budapest and the countries, the member countries. If it can be, if we can have the approval someday, it's very difficult, but maybe one day we can approve it. We discussed a lot about the guarantees of the individual rights. But they are all in the text of the convention. But nowadays, we are discussing about the Budapest Convention. It's very difficult, including because of the text of the convention, and especially the 32 article. It's difficult to get the approval, but basically, it's we can have the reinforce the cloud processing data. It's very difficult to think about it. It's very difficult to think about it that all of these articles are going to be approval in all of the countries. It's very interesting to take in consideration that we have all the countries, the member countries, not only in Europe, in some way we can change, or we can put a very interesting theme is that we can have to discuss about the data, especially the private data, and the cooperation of the private sector. All the countries, they really need this kind of data, and this theme, this topic is so complex, especially the investigation techniques and the installation of some programs. I'm analyzing a concrete case, and it's very difficult talking about international way, and this can generate a lot of problems in the countries. The second protocol is that there are some things that we can solve, but there are another things that we can't solve. It was supposed to have a lot of meetings to discuss this theme, this content, to discuss about the possibility of cooperation to get access of this kind of data. For example, since Costa Rica providing a service to Chile, to España, and they need some data, but they have to put this data in the international mechanism, so it's a complex topic to discuss. But of course, we can have some actions with direct contact with the country that provide this data. At the same time, the second protocol is that a very interesting topic is we have some problems with idiomatic articles, but the possibility to use the Article 24 and the possibility to use the emerging case. We need to communicate the Article 24/7, so it's almost possible to discuss in all the countries this kind of article. And the traffic, the data traffic is so sensible, is a very sensible theme, especially talking about the validation. It's a great possibility to have a validation of this topic. they are the lights of this protocol, and it's very interesting because it can provide data to different countries and cities, not, so, not only not only between two countries, but all over the world. For example, there are some topics that aren't we don't have the solution yet.
Acuerdo entre los países, algo que está pasando en la práctica.
We can the formation of a group to investigate some kinds of delinquents, for example, sexual abuse for children. We can work together. Some countries can work together to avoid this kind of thing on the internet. And many topics on. So that's the way we can act together with the countries at the same way, with the authorities of each country, with investigations. This can be the the future of the investigations, the complex investigations. This is a paradigm, so we have a lot of things to discuss, but we don't have much time. Thank you so much, Marcos. We are going to continue talking about this. I know that you have to go, but Orlando, you have a very complicated appointment, but I'm going to present him.
Thanks so much, Orlando. Welcome to be here. It's a pleasure to right here. When you have to go, tell me, and welcome. Good afternoon for everybody, the students, Olga. I must I must say few things about the South School. I would like to talk about what I do, the panorama about the society, as the oldest organism, regional, and the Occident. Against the fighting against the cyber crimes and the capacity of security. So after and before the pandemic, We have a really quickly process of digitalization in the digital world, in the internet, for example. So has a lot of sectors has changed how you work. So the priority right now is thematics as like economic, safety, security. The area against the terrorism has been the most important organism against the terrorism combat. More than 15 years has been the most important. And try to be improving to be better any year. And this region has passed for a lot of attacks. So most than 160 million of attacks has been made for just in Mexico, for example, of cyber attacks. The problem is for the technology, it's not the good enough. So for that reason, we cannot protect the people. So we are trying to give a better technology and make the advance of technology more present in that places in that regions to improve the combat and the attacks, the cyber attacks, the politics, the national strategy also. So the 35 members of the OEA are sharing each other the strategy documents to improve this. I'd like to share with you the second strategy from Europe, another initiative is the creation of agents of cybersecurity to coordinate the cybersecurity. In Argentina, for example, like I said, we are trying to create some unities to make this defense. The 31 is a legislative project to combat this. Chile has started to make this, to make the protection of information. Costa Rica also did the same thing. And finally, another initiative of the education, and we must say to everybody, what's happening, how we can start this, how we can do this. So we must pass to the action, not just let this in paper, but act to make this true. So all these initiatives must be incorporated in all the thematics of this region, and they are just thematics. We are talking about just security. Just like I said about the cyber diplomacy, in particular, we have some problems with the securities barriers in South America. traditionals, about cooperation work. Of the 53 OAS idea, we talked about just 5 was accepted. So that's why we must keep talking to keep make progress in this thematic and put in practice that basically sorry for I need leave. I just wanna say one more thing. Our perspective in this region was being really important. What has happened in this country, just like Costa Rica, Colombia, Mexico also. These countries generated experience and trying to make some to take off of this experience, make new experience. This region has passed by 3 generations with problems, politics, of dictators, inside problems of democracy. The second one generation was talking about the question of cybersecurity and the government. I focus the attention for this. Can thank you. It is generation we are right now most productive than before. The focus is to all the society, all the regions. Try to make everything to give safe security. So we have development, the diplomacy, industry, marketing, everything. My wish is for thematics must be talking a little more to give a good development to this. It must rescue all the countries in these regions, help each other to make this progress together, not just alone, one by themselves, but together. Because together it can be in the international scenario and we can work together. The important thing is all the actors being agree with it to make this collaboration to work together and give some support, assessment, everything. Basically, it's this. The region must be improved to be better than now. Gonna be better than now and try to take more experience. The government must be more inside of these questions and helping to be this question most easiest than right now. And the people, the society must work together because we can work alone. All together, we gonna arrive to this future. Thank you, Orlando. I don't remember if you talked with Marcos. But thank you, Marcos, also. In 2 months, we have organized the high school in OA in 2016. The second one was in 2018, was specifically in the thematics of cybersecurity, for example. So we have a good memories from these jobs. So we keep make this job. Thank you, Orlando, for this tempo. I have here Otávio with me. We have a talk about international process. Morning with Patrick. Europe Council, GFC, ONU, national Budapest also. What happens at the local level? How that works? How that works at the level local? With your experience right here in Brazil, welcome. Sorry, I don't know you. I take you from the audience.
A pleasure to be here. Well, one of the things that they are most impacted in the justice or in this ambience to deal with the cybercrime, we know that there's something missing in the context. Sometimes we don't have the context that is necessary to elaborate the necessary questions. And one of the questions that is most relevant is the discompass of the legislations with the reality. Budapest regulations is that it brought some mechanisms that are useful, but they are not so applicable. So this compass that we talk a lot, that started to talk the USA of going dark, this in fact what it's making the inspections something hard to make. So in Brazil, we can see, and there are relevant numbers, that Brazil is the 19th country most attacked in the whole world. And everyone that is here, or most of that is here, knows that in Brazil, we have the plague that is the crimes. Because it's hard to always the criminal is ahead of the legal of the laws and the techniques that are necessary. Some countries they had already dealt with this gap between the reality and the regulation, introducing some special techniques through spywares. So in fact, this is a debate that become global. When talk about the NOS group, there was also a research from the European that published about the impacts in the human's right. So we have to face this reality and understand. In front of this singular reality. So just you to know, recently we have some attacks in these Brazil schools. The connections providers we are not able to identify because they do not save the logins. So there is this immaturity in the internet ambience. How to proceed to find this information through another ways, in the subjacent ways. And everything can become challenging. I believe that the examples from Spain, in particular Spain, to Latin America, we have this regulation that allows the laws in these small ways. it allows us the use of these elements. We need to have a conception. In Brazil, it's very common the marginalization of the policial force. The government start to be transparent, auditable, and everything needs to be integrated in the question that he approached. I believe that this in the Budapest Convention, when we brought to our reality, we have mechanisms and ways to combat it. There is a need of digital literacy to the providers. That's why we need to congratulate initiatives of like this. Talk about the governance, integrity, data's transference, and unfortunately, we have this crime pandemic. And if we don't improve our mindset, our mentality, to have institutions of criminal perceptions, to introduce the mechanism to combat the crimes, we won't go to nowhere. I state that have clear rules and structure to combat the crimes reinforces the economy. And we can break diverse actors to centralize and to reinforce this virtual circle. All in this dynamic to combat the cybercrime. There is a relevant discussion in this dynamic that we are hearing today, especially in Budapest, and an application we know without being afraid of the actual mechanisms. So this is some of the comments. I want to ask the interpreters. And that we are in this position to clarify these local questions. Thank you, Otávio. You can stay with us. We have a lot of questions of our fellows. Now we change it to Spanish. Pablo, my dear. Pablo is a specialist. Someone know in the worldwide. We meet in Washington in the school with Vince Surfeit, and we share together in 2018. Pablo is a specialist.
Pablo has organized, has been a leader as a university career around to cybersecurity and then in a public university in Argentina. I think Pablo is the first one in America Latina who has this occupation. So I know a lot of people ask you about this, how the project has started, what's the perspective of this, and we know the research here in South America it's low, it's not so big. But tell to us how that works. It's a pleasure to be here. Virtually or physically, these meetings are really good. I have a coffee with me. So, how this became? Well, for the first one, have the capacity to talk about this is most important, and also to capacitate the people, it's also important. So these tools, it's a process, must be led by someone, and this someone is the captain of the boat. In this context, we need more and more. We must make better our cybersecurity. Now has a lot of demand on this job on this area. You can see in LinkedIn, for example, in Argentina, has a lot of searches for this. It's a thing really good because we are really we are in a political scenario really hard. We think we are passing for a hard moment in politics. Well, we have 3,000 searches about what is happening every day. A lot of search and opportunity. The enterprise is starting to establish a strategy of publicities, of ADs, for example, from this, not just this. A transport company has asked to create a politics of security, of technology security, about informatics. We call fleitas here in Argentina. It's like Uber. Why try to capacity 30, 40 people? They are welcome, but that's not really common. They are the company of distribution of computers, and all of the company has accepted these politics, and the implementation was made. But they're gonna in 5 years maybe they're gonna have something just like 2 million posts of job positions for the thematics of cybersecurity. We just try which the base. The base of this is algo is something in general, specifically. When someone wants chose the career, when someone asks from the school chose to be a lawyer, an engineer, and has the possibility to be a specialist in this thematic of cybersecurity. In this point, we have received all the support from from my university. As a public university, has different careers. You can see there. You can see just like the lawyer, the engineers. You don't see a lot of careers offers. And in my university has something just like with the environment. This brings to us a lot of at some point a lot of subscriptions, agreements. Is ambitious. As the we when I launched this program was my first degree, and so in other countries as just like Chile, Colombia, Argentina, two previous universities has begun to offer this course. Where we find we sell. We see at this lot of people a really big gap between the knowledge and the people. And the people are looking for this graduation, but they don't know how to find this graduation. And you have people are sure they want to start it with this. Can say the first challenge is the big quantity of people and the low number of courses are offered. So the student just see one thing and don't see the all of thing. In this moment, we have 20% of students of women. Before was like something 15, 16%, but that has changed. But this was was by the director of the university made this publicity to be to the women have more space. This kind of studies, things more technicals, and they're not challenging is what is happening. And the majority of the technicals careers just talking as a lawyer, a doctor. In Argentina, you don't be subscribed in university. In YouTube, you can see the classes of some month, some days watching the classes. They think they're gonna can be doctors or lawyers, for example, but it's not that way. In the university, they gave the chance to make a good career, academic foundation, to find good jobs, a validation, certification. It's another thing. It's another thing. So our job is to go far away from these degree certifications, and with the support today we can give little certifications to search these jobs and get the chance to grow up in his career, in the career. We have the possibility, each student degree in the university by as free without paying nothing. It's free for everyone, everybody. You can study by online classes. So in a few hours, a student can be certified, and this is all free. It's free. It's an organization composed by USA and organizations from Argentina. It is so the distribution try to defend the sharing of pornographic contents and, and of this. We are closing a trade with Spain, a convent of USA also. So I must see this career. It's not short. 4 years. It's academic career. So all of these of security are connected with cybersecurity, all kind of security of defense thematics, for example, these assignatures are supported by the USA University. And finally, you can make this subscription. And if you see something wrong, fake news, for example, you can see this organization free made to combat this kind of the sharing of the fake news. I would like to say the support make as possible each one of these countries, universities, organizations because it's really complex. While someone what was done by the retention of the information. So right now we are in a moment of society. Everything it's really quickly. Everything happens really quickly. So we can cut off the people. The people are studying to be to. We can cut off the people are trying to make his career. You must support them. So I would like to say thank you to everybody to listening what I have to say. To all of you, believe in the public university because we understand the capacitation and what the public universities can capacitate people and make good workers, good persons, good students. And with this, we can create a good region, a good place, and we can create more tools to use in our society. Thanks so much. That's it. Wow. We rest with you, Octavio and Pablo with us. They are the leave it. We have some questions to Octavio. Pablo, you can rest with us without problem. If I asked because it was my internet, before I go, we have some questions.
It's a debate that involves the process of developing products that will be in the hands of consumers, final users, or the companies. And my question is related to the question of the responsibility of those who develop this. And its demand which is the development process of the software. For its complexity, it needs of a certain flexibility during the development process, quickly methodologies, interaction with diverse sectors, and to understand in the most clear way when we have a final user, what kind of context that this user is going to use. So with that said, the developing process has this context, but in the other side, there is other practices. There are recommendations of how to develop a safe software, but without having a regulation like to civil engineer, so he can follow certain technical aspects, a lot of applications. These information systems are developed without this practice. They have a lot of good practices, but there is vulnerable, which is the injection. That is commonly known, but it's the most vulnerable things that occurred. And most of them has this vulnerability. And this happens because we have a developing process that doesn't take into consideration the good practice. We have the and the LGPD. She says that she's not going to identify how she's going to develop, but you have to follow good practice to develop this. Because if any accident happen, the practice is going to be evaluated. How the governance of the data, how the companies do this. But when we going to deal about this aspect, it don't say anything. If these practices are being watched, at least to say it was a new exploitation that happened, but in the developing process was good practice. But with no regulation, the providers becomes vulnerable. But then we have the pressure of the market to deliver in the most quickly. So the provider, what parts wanted to do a good work, but that anything that can create a pressure that this good practice can be followed. And another commentary to finish the question. This is not about giving the responsibility to the developer, but to have the good practice being watched, assisted. The regulation doesn't come just to be accountable. So in this context, what works are being developed? I think that in Brazil lives in duality, in contradictions. As I said before, if you see a country that has startups with good products, but you also see a situation that is in a digital maturity. In this question, I see in this perspective that it can happen. Like a specific principle. If you don't know how to play, don't do it. You have to have your responsibilities. In this scenario, it is inserted in the Article 5 as a fundamental right. This has a significance and a consequence because when you develop you need to do, because something has to be done. But this process, in fact, they're going to be the main principles to give you the habilitation to some information. I try to follow the ways that is going to be least impacting. What is happening is, what I was saying was, the need to digital literacy, so the operators can comprehend this process. It doesn't make part of the reality. So the academy just is, these interactions needs to be done to give vision and maturity. Everything that is monetized needed responsibility. So I believe that it's necessary. I think the PND is going to launch soon. The governance for the software needs to follow some standards. I don't know if this was that was asking. Another question. Good morning. I am Larissa. I am a lawyer. I work for small providers. And this question, for instance, when we talk about data acquisitions and the interest to cooperate is and when we go to a legal
Like to know from you if you know an initiative that this letters about this letters, digital letters, and what ways you see for it to be improved in our place, because we have the convention that is coming this year, but in contraposition we have the other ones that a lot of people know. In my perception, there's immaturity. There are initiatives of some schools or public ministries, but it has a lot of problems. This question, it brings a lot of challenges for us. It is not very clear, and a decision of the part of the government. So what happens? The challenge in this context, it has to do with a strategy in Brazil, and Brazil doesn't like a lot of strategies. But it needs a strategy in order for us to have a good scenario in this digital scenario, and it is part of it. The companies that you represent, they lost time, and time is equal to money. For a person, a resource, you will see that the providers of connection in countrysides, all of this comes from the question that this is what happened in my perspective. How many questions do we have? We need to go because we need to eat. 2 or 3 more questions together, and later Otavio is going to answer another questions. Good morning. My name is Thais Aguiar. Thanks for the presentations. I'll try to be direct with my questions. About the topic relations in cybersecurity and crimes. So it likes to Brazil a strategy. I'd like to talk about the great share of private data. How do you evaluate the process of transformation in Brazil with programs like Gov and possible solutions for this problem? Thanks, Thais. I'm gonna let you hear. Thanks, Otávio. We always talk a lot about this. Otávio works for the ministry, and he's always here helping our students. So he's not preaching. He's doing a lot of things here.
My question is about the relation between the password with the security of cyber security. So that's what I asking. It's a real eminence, so we can discuss this at the international level. You can use this technology. And we have seen some companies don't have used as the correct way this technology. My my question gonna be in Spanish. I work in the Center of Technology in Peru, and we don't have a cybersecurity law at the national level. My question is, how should we, how the country should make the laws about this, but the public institutions don't make nothing. But we try to make something, but the government don't do nothing. So what we can do if no one is helping to do nothing? What we can do? For example, Costa Rica was attacked by the last year when the military dates were taken off. So how we can make the country to start to make the laws against this?
The GovBR is one of the good innovations, definitely of politics. That matches with the question that she asked. In Brazil, something that is good, no one knows if it's something's wished, but it involves a particular circumstance. And in fact, it takes out of some companies and other questions. And the tendency is to escalate if the politics allow, but it's a good initiative. And I believe that is going to find the cities to ingress in this ambience. And in this context, in particular in the ethical use of technologies, this is a global challenge. The humanities is following the markets. Things emerges not to make human more involved, but to make them millionaires. So the ethical use is adapting. It's going to bring a big challenge because everything that we understand of security, it's going away. So we're going to have the computers that are going to protect it and those that are going to make you vulnerable. But I have this question. The big security factor is in the human. It's about the mentality. You can invest in any technology, but if you don't give the security culture, any system is going to be vulnerable. The leakage, they happen because the human vulnerability, the human management, which was a old practice, to become something more useful for someone that the plan is to so if you want the governance norms to protect all of this, it comes from the cultural aspect. So that's the importance of the universities, of organizations. We have to have a culture. And this culture will give us the strategy to become this least challenge. It's about this exchange that things are going to be built. The foundations comes from that the internet is not something free, and everything needs really of transparency. And the transparency comes from the legislation and from actors of the LPD, GPDR, along with the people, and especially in a humanity matter. We have to build it from the down to the up. So in this way, the things are going to be more effective, more realistic in my perception. A round of applause for Otávio. Thank you, Otávio, for having our Spanish questions with no problem. Thank you so much. We have now the lunch break. I ask you to be here 30 minutes. I just want to invite Otávio and Henrique to join us in the lunch break because we have another questions that maybe in this interaction people you may answer. So we see in 2:30 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. O cara é um profissional, irmão. Eu amei quando ele falou assim, eu queria pedir desculpa aos intérpretes porque eu sou gago e tenho TDAH. Mas ele foi muito pessoal. Nossa, mas eu ainda tô chocado com gesso. Minha cabeça já tá assim. Tá entendendo o que ele fala? O que aconteceu? Ele tá estranho. Tava muito rápido.
Aí, imagina tu fosse preso, ficasse numa solitária desse tamanho, velho.
Ah, não, falando.
Vaso aqui, ó.
Eu agora ele fala espanhol, e o Apolo não fala mais português, speak português e agora speak espanhol. Apolo.
Speak espanhol? Não entendo, eu não compreendo a sua expressão. O que quiser ser.
resenha, porra.
Quiser ser árabe. Preço de. Não levaram. Colocar 2 microfones.
Hi, welcome.
I've been reading about your work. Just give me a minute. I don't want to make any mistakes. Director of Engineer of Fortinet Brazil. Where are you? And here we are in the northeast of Brazil, in Paraíba, in Campina Grande. I'm also in São Paulo, and I would love to be with you guys. We still have some time. The other panelists are still haven't arrived yet, so I'm going to wait for a little bit. I think I'm gonna send an email for Horacio y Adrián. But if you wish to begin, oh, Adrian. Welcome, Adrian. He's from the Minas Federal Police. He's head of the division of. He's also worked in Interpol, specialized in cybercrime. Welcome, Adrian. In order to respect the ones who arrived on time, let's start it. You can start. Thank you very much, Olga. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody. My dearest friends. And to all the students, and especially for the ones who are presenting something, and also Horacio. I'm going to speak in Portuguese slowly. And even if we need it, we can use a little Portuñol. Whatever language is easier for you. We're having multi-language panels. Everybody is speaking Portuguese, Spanish. I think until the end of the week, everyone's going to be multilingual. If we speak slowly, I believe you can understand Portuguese, Adrian. Actually, devagar in Espanol means that you don't like to do anything. So please, speak Portuguese or Spanish, whatever you need. Thank you so much, Olga. There were 20 of us. So if you're focusing on internet governance, I can tell you that this is something that you're going to carry everything that you learn here and everything that you accomplish here. You're going to always think about it and always remember. So in order to begin the panel today, we're going to talk about the new challenges in cybercrime. We're very happy to be with Alexander and also with Adrian Costa, which is the head of the security department in Argentina. So now we are going to have an opening statement. I have a few questions and then we can have a more dynamic debate and open it for the public. So I'm going to call Alexandre first. Would you like to begin with your opening statement? What do you see as the biggest challenges in cybercrime? Not only talking about the challenges, but also talking about the solutions. Please, Alexandre. Excellent, Raquel. I'm going to speak Portuguese very slowly too. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a huge pleasure to be in this event with you in this afternoon. And here we are. I'm representing Fortinet here in Brazil. It's been 23 years since we've been here, and we bring high-end tech, cutting-edge technology to make the societies safer. And now what we've noticed in cybersecurity is interesting because I've been in this market for 15 years. And I can see how much it has evolved since then. Since 10 years ago, we had to convince companies the importance of investing in cybersecurity. But now, after COVID, everything has changed. And it has changed because of a fast digital transformation, and all business and all people and all the citizens, everybody started to depend on almost 100% on, they started to rely on the digital world. That is why the companies had to move fast and find solutions to sell online, and they have to adapt very fast. And this has opened a lot of backdoors for criminal groups. And there was a time, it took some time for the companies to migrate from the analog world to the digital world. So our top priority is to keep businesses working. And in the secondly, we actually focused on the cybersecurity. There were many attacks, and today we've seen there were ransomware attacks. And ransomware, people tend to think that is something very new, but this is something that actually, the first cases actually happened in 2011. But now it becomes extremely lucrative after the pandemic because of this fast adaptation to the digital world. We have to talk about the profitability. Back 15, 12 years ago, when I entered the market, it was very common for the hackers to play like a game, to be like the number one, attacking these. And we are not dealing with, we're not talking about teenagers working on this, treating it like a game, but now we're talking about big criminal organizations that have lots of profitability. And this number here in Brazil, it's bigger than the drug traffic here in Brazil. So this business is so big. And that is why we've noticed that we had a growth in these attacks. And now we all in the online world right now. And we have to think about how can we keep societies safe? And this is a very interesting point. Most recently, after the COVID pandemic, we are living in a new era, which we call Smart X, because we have smart cities, smart campus, smart schools. And we are here living in a transformation in cities, universities, schools, governments, and this is very interesting because we make the citizens work faster. And there are many risks for society, cyber risks for society. And now we're not just talking about one computer being attacked, but talking about attacks connected to financial institutions and other companies, causing damages. casualties. Like there are some attacks in hospitals that resulted in many casualties. We had in 2022, in which we had an entire country that was we had the case in Costa Rica in which the hackers were able to breach into the systems, and we had the first country, a case of emergency, internet emergency here in Latin America. Nowadays, in Sao Paulo, we had implemented lots of traffic lights that are based on IoT, and they are vital for the local traffic. But a lot of these traffic lights can be managed remotely. So can you imagine having traffic lights with 5G connections? And at the same time, we don't have the security for it. So can you imagine if a hacker can actually reach into the system and log off or change it, and then you can have multiple accidents. The same thing can happen in airports and governments. And now the cities are focusing a lot in public squares and trying to bring the connectivity to schools. And at the same time, we have to think about cybersecurity. I'd like to finish this introduction by saying that the world today, we are living in a hyper-connected world. We're talking about 5G technology. We have satellite connections, and the connectivity has been expanded into throughout the world. But where we have connectivity, we must have security. Thank you so much for your speech. I have a few questions, but I'd like to give the floor to Adrian Costa.
The cybercrime has changed big business, and this moment are making losses to the people, enterprises, governments. So just like Alexander, I'm gonna talk also in systematic about cybernetic securities, about and I'm gonna talk how about this became a business. The cybercrime, it's massive. What that means? Before the internet, about before the all the technologies we know, the crimes was just like one by one. You could roll one person, two people, no more. But right now, behind a computer or a smartphone, can take a lot of people, hundreds of people. So we have a talking about like some thematic violence like narco traffic. So for everyone is listening this presentation, I don't know if you all of most of all, but sometimes someone tries to enter in smartphones, making a cyber attack by SMS, a message from your mobile. All the time someone calls me, yeah, someone has stolen me my Instagram, my WhatsApp. Someone stole me in Mercado Libre. Sorry, solving these problems and try to give the best protection like firewalls. The grand challenge is you must stay up and fight against this. Use the tools we have right now of criminal systems we have in your side, and difficulty is the no knowledge of the people about this thematic. And for us, something really happens all the day. For the other, no. So we have to see the grand challenge is this making a big talk the people the seriously this thematic has for because anyone can make this by a computer, a smartphone. Not talking just all of this, but also not just for the victims, but also of the enterprise, the companies. Talking about the privacy of public enterprises. Today, everything, the information has a great value, and the information more and more time has a great value, just like the crypto money, crypto coins, and find the criminals is the key to give a good services to the people and also to the enterprises, just like the crypto coins, like I said. So find these criminals in other countries, it's really challenging, but day by day we are trying to make our best. And we think all of these points are essential for your job, for our job. What that means, we are not talking about just individuals, but of criminal organization. They pass information about the victims and then share the information. They share a massive quantity of information. So I think it is my introduction. It was just quickly. I would like to make a question to Adrian Alexandre. We're making a job with the fellows about the interpretation, about the dialogue, about the all parts interesting to see how we can contribute to a health internet more safe. And I thought how we can put a good relation with the private sector. I thought myself the traffic. If someone makes something with the traffic, like São Paulo, Buenos Aires, has something, or we can make something with the private area, the society, the citizens, about the security. Science, a cartoon, everything, and talk about the responsibility all the users have. Dump in links, the suspect links, don't open. How is or how could be make a relation with the industry to make the to say about the importance of the security, the security development of these items of this industry.
That's a very interesting question. And what I can say is that this partnership between the public and the private sectors, it's essential for us to have a safer society. But in order to make it happen, the first step is to educate the companies, either public or private, to share the cyber attacks. Today, it's still, how can I say, it's treated internally within the companies. It's like the companies, they would like to hide this problem so they can they cannot have the financial loss and so many others. But the companies, either private or public, if when they adopt the this action of hiding the cyber attacks, it's almost impossible to combine efforts and to make the society safer. And now I can make a comparison with the flying industry, the flight industry. Because if anything happens to one plane, you have it by law. The company has to explain what was the problem so all of the other aviation companies can try to avoid the same problem. And when we take a look into the cybersecurity, the same thing doesn't happen. The companies tend to hide the problem. So this dialogue between public and private, it doesn't happen. Imagine if this were to happen, if we had a breach into the Asian financial system, there can be minutes until the same attack happened in the Latin America in the same sector. And if this company in Asia would to share this idea, the rest of the world could actually prepare for the attack. But what we see today in cybersecurity, unfortunately, are the repetitions of the same attacks, the repetition of the same problems, and this is the lack of the culture of recognizing the importance of sharing this what we learn from these experiences so we can guarantee that the companies who haven't been breached yet can actually prevent it.
Take some years. We don't have a lot of cooperation for this. Obviously, has some cases in sector privacy sector, and I had concern about the importance to collaborate these actions, investigations, these areas, not just the security, but the privacy area, the public area also. This is from one side. By other side, some ONGs, academics, organizations don't have any idea about the security, and we have talked about the participation of online Hayes, the universities, about the cybersecurity, and obviously the states are a problem. So it's really tough to applicate this. Those has some areas in the government and the government. You must grow up and make more and make the establishment of the cybersecurity for this. What I would like to say was a great evolution about the cooperation, public, private, with the universities, the governments, and a great evolution by the state. But that don't means we have is everything perfect. We have much patient in other areas. How I talk about the cooperation between the privacy and public sectors. We have seen a really good evolution, but we need to see to the other areas. They need that evolution also. I, I don't know if I can say the name of the enterprises, but some of them, just like Mercado Libre, for example. I had a meeting with the staff of some of these companies. Man, I know they must grow up about this thematic of the security, not just for the companies, but also for us citizens. Here in South America, we don't have LPE from Europe. It's not so strong. It's not actually, but has a lot of country in South America needs read more about the cybersecurity and know more about this. Thank you, Alexandria, Adrian. Raquel, you have some question? See, I have. Wait, yes, I have.
You made an excellent question. We need to build a model with that can be effective and permanent. And I think this is the same idea that Alexandria and Adrian tried to explain. And we can see that this development, it's from the corporation. It's a result of the corporation. Now it's not only the government, but also the companies are also helping with this cooperation. We don't have a magic formula, but now this is something that's very important. I have two inquiries for you. We don't have a magic formula. But both of you talked about the difficulty about preventing crime, to avoiding crime, and we have to try to minimize the risks, but also focusing on the reactive policies, not only to solve the problem, but to stop it from happening again. I would like to ask you, where do you bet? Where do you bet on this? What's your stance on this? We've been talking a lot about the challenges in cybercrime, but what do you think? What do you think it's the main course of action? Prevention or reaction? Maybe we can call Adrian first.
we must reactionate and investigate this. For that reason, we are taking all our capacity to resolve these problems, these crimes. It's time for the policies and try to be reactive, but we teach to do the other thing. not just not just make campaigns, but also we must be in action, make the news, and it's a way to be more proactive. For that reason, this work we are by the law we are obligated to make this to prevent from the crimes. We have a culture change to be more proactive. And being proactive, we know someone it's hiding them from the system, from this criminal ecosystem. We're trying to find them. Don't have a way to do this without the technology tools. So we must know the number of victims. This is the most important point. So we must treat this just like the narcotraffic. Well, the cybercrime is the same. We came behind, we came for them and see from more crime. So we must act and we must change our culture and be more proactive.
That's a very interesting point. This has been the biggest concern for cybercrime for the last few years. If we look back in time, 8, 10 years ago, it was very common to have cyber attacks with the main objective of interrupting the service, which means an attack that instantly sets down the puts down the that service, making it unavailable. But today, the longer a hacker gets into the system, it's better for them. So when we talk about being reactive, we need to think about that reactive policies are not instant. After the hacker get access, he stays. He stays in at least 83 days to collect the biggest amount of data so they can monetize over this attack. So it's not immediately. Because he spent so much time into the organization when this attack actually happens. So it's when the attack actually happens, it's not like we're going to take care of the what the attack is, but we have to try to figure it out. We have to figure out how to reduce the damage because the data can be already been sold. So there's no other option unless we focus on prevention and use intelligence. Like I said, an attack that happened in any of the sectors here in one part of the world can repeat and happen in another part of the world. So when we talk about preventing, when we talk about investment, we have to keep that in mind. This is like a cancer. When we find out, most of the times it's already in the terminal phase. So prevention in this case, it's of the uttermost importance. I see no other alternative. And we handle it with damage control. So the problem has already happened. So, Raquel, we have a very active Brazilian audience. So, do you have any questions? So many questions. Please speak slowly.
Interesting. I Peru make part from the public ministry of Peru and the first pound challenge. We are talking about international level, uh, about the technologies used by the criminals. United Nations Assembly. We are talking about was talking about this, about to create a document. Don't just protect the data, but also all the use of information technologies. All the crimes has evidence, digital evidence. So some situations could be resolved under this experience, just like, for example, like censor and free expression in Russia. They can criminalize it. Some words, hate words, in some cases can be something directed by to the government. These are a really hard problem to more vulnerable sectors. For other examples, the crimes under 4 years, a lot of users from a lot of government make station do some crimes to other people. Another situation, this other situation is and crime in your country don't gonna be the same crime in the other country. So if I make a crime in your country and again I went to the other country, this crime don't gonna be considered. For example, in countries the woman don't have rights, and then go to another country is different and share their informations. What I would have to help us to indicate why I have to make some intervention about the traffic, the data traffic, what could be make. Casio, how's going? Horacio was in audience, that's why he's just here right now. Good afternoon to everyone, to all the present right here, good friends. Another question.
Good afternoon. I speak Portuguese. I'm Brazilian from Ceará. I'm a lawyer and I'm curious about data protection. Adrian, it was very interesting the points that you made, but I'm going to try to be brief. When you talk about smart cities, how do you see? How can you see a balance between hyperconnectivity and also the user's privacy? What are the main concerns and solutions that you identified within this context, in which at the same time we have surveillance exposition and also the concerns about cybersecurity?
Try to answer the question. Sorry for the mixing. After to hear all of this, Adrian, Alex, about the challenges, about the cyber crimes, the talent is how we can make the Pluton parts of this to participate together to make this protected together, the stakeholders, how we can prevent this and the reaction, where the you can see the base when that starts, and maybe about Peru is what is this crime, how we can say what is this crime, make the definition of this crime, about expression, free expression, censor, about the false dichotomy, about the privacy, and how they sing is the thing. Alexandre, do you want to start?
Okay, I'm going to answer the first question, and I think the other one is more focused on with the security. So I'm going to try to focus on the questions about smart cities and hyperconnectivity and security, privacy. That's very interesting because privacy was incorporated within the cybersecurity area. The information security area in most companies, they're getting out of the area of technology and focusing more on the data privacy. Like I said, the general law on data protection, in the first few months in that this law was applied, we started to focus on technology, and then we had this migration for the areas of internet governance. So this is very connected, and I really like that this is all mixed. When we talk about privacy, data privacy, we have a subject that it's focused on everything. And this is very interesting when we take a look into the aspect of information security. If I take, for example, the virtual reality glasses, these glasses use OSs that uses like Windows, Linux. What's most interesting is that these glasses don't have the capacity to use an antivirus. So that, even though that is a device like that has a processing much like a computer, like Windows and Linux, it doesn't have the capacity to install a security software. And I'm talking about the glasses only, but I can talk about Alexa, which is also a computer that uses an operating system but doesn't have the capacity to include an antivirus program, an antivirus software. So we have to think about that too. And what can we understand from this? So mostly this year, these hackers focused on mainly on IoT and other devices because they are connected to the internet, but they don't have embarked security. So it's very easy to to have this data breach. These devices actually collect personal data. Alexa is one example. And it's interesting when you take a look into the privacy policy from Amazon to Alexa, it's very well written. But what if a hacker attacks this device? And this device doesn't have embarked security. So what happens then? So this is the moment we're focusing on a 5G connection, but we're not still talking about we're not yet talking about security and how to embark security into these devices. The traffic lights in São Paulo have cameras and they can recognize car plates. And we have a privacy policy behind all that. But what if? What if a hacker starts to intercept this data in a traffic light? So this is a very complex problem. And the solution is to bring security into the infrastructure because since we cannot protect the device itself, we have to have a means of providing security within these connections. Thank you, Alexandre. Adrian?
Course being development in the United Nations are reading and making even the shape be a rule, and the countries can use this convention in respect to the crimes I have talked before, and we're gonna ask for this to the other countries. The crimes of from Arabic origins, for example, in Argentina, it's no problem. We're just gonna about to talk about respect, not crime, but in the Arabic countries, we don't accept nothing about judicial things. So the Interpol job was a really common thing to make the capture of someone and the rest of the country is not a crime. So he passed for jurisdiction minister. So this gonna advancing. So we must talk about where this is a crime and the crimes are in the countries or not. You're gonna speak, Horacio? Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you to the invitation to be here with you. I'm glad. Well, I'm gonna start by the last. I would like to talk about this first question, or where we can start, we can prevent this, and how you can make this. Well, the process is a 1 week, 1 week and a half. We started. We had the last meeting, the governor. You can see a link of the convention and take the information, and still some questions in relation to the possibility to this convention. And we had some problems with this, with the convention, because there's a lot of countries don't accept the convention, and others wanna create a new convention with new agrees, new trades. So these are a really big challenge. And other countries are trying to find more corporations or don't have knowledge about the public politics. So the last week of January, I don't know if they're gonna be resolved. So gonna see what happened. But here in Argentina, for us, when we have more cooperation, it's better. This help the convention, and this don't gonna well, the convention of the Budapest don't gonna some countries don't gonna make part for a lot of reasons. USA it's not one of these countries to not make part of the Budapest Convention. We are supporting a lot of the internal process to then make part, but man, it's okay. Still to see what is happening around the world. The Convention of United States does not think about this. The attention is for another thing, and don't give it opportunity to make a convention to talk about other things. For example, Argentina, it's under this convention. This convention has a lot of good things, and a lot of other things has changed. Just like the material, sexual material, pornography, we are combating this, and we are trying to give some modernity to this, giving a new technology. I really interested in this. It has a lot of interesting things. I mentioned it also the revolution of these things about the home office. I heard about this, and I can say cybersecurity. It's our experience. We can talk about this because we know what we are talking about. I was walking in Buenos Aires, São Paulo, Rio with your mobile, and we can help you with this. We can prevent with that part of cybersecurity with the double certification, the double verification. The users you then use the internet, the technology users has the rights under the internet. That's why I like these thematics. We start because we start to talk about other things. So the cyber safety gives the chance to the better society, and with this we can see to the other things. So the academic and the state has a lot of things to do to teaching new persons. We must be strong with the advance of this and reflected about this. And I think about some situations, the bancary applications, for example, and I think it's the private sector also, the technology area, and for me it has a part to make not just the security, the inter security, but also the user security to the user that are using the service, especially about frontiers. Here in Argentina, work really stronger, work very well. This fight between the usually the use must stay and by the numbers, by marketing everything, the number of users, and by far we must give the safety to the users. So the maximum of time of this must be really short. You are responsible to give this. I don't want to talk about this because I gonna give more publicity to this. The big techs on around the world. The government has been attacked by hackers also. Recognizing the product has something wrong. Well, for me is my but when a company don't want, it's really important to me for this and make this more happening more. So we must make the regulation, and the next generation has the chance to use this and see a change and show some kind of education inside of this and give this. Thanks so much, Horacio. I think the time has finished. Before this, we have a question. We have a friend from Mexico. Have here. Have you read the publication? On the camera, you can see the people. How do you see in Portuguese double verification? We must. My son works with cybersecurity. He told me, Mari, you learned this. The last question. A friend from Mexico. Good afternoon, Alejandro. Have a pleasure. My question is in focus to a theme connected with a relation it's between cybercrime, the wash of money, the relation between them, and I think has a relation between these two things. For this, we are trying to make a fiscal change to the criminal organization online, and they make this kind of crime by online. And we try to prevent the money washing. So in this setting, I would like so you have a perspective on sector privacy sector. So if you can tell me the use of technology, the new technology, innovation technology has a risk in this debate, just like this Bank Central of Brazil. In this sentence, I would like to ask you, you think the combat with the money washing is must be related with the cyber criminality, or is something can replace it, the cyber criminality, or don't exist a relation between these two things? We are wrong here in Mexico, and thanks so much for the attention. Who starts? I thought the question was to Alexander, so how I talk about this. So the wash money. It's something is not really related with cyber crimes, but we can talk about money washing, about traditional crimes. We can talk about traditional crimes or cyber crimes by electronic ways or other ways. And I'm talking about the crypto coins. In reality, in this case, it must be transversal. But any country gonna give the gonna have the best strategy to combat this, and other no. So here in Argentina, we talk about this, the money washing, how we can combat this, how we can combat the regions that make this, just like the narcos. So, and today, the power, the government is responsible to do this. To any case, we work with the hypothesis of some crime be by by a crime with the money washing or not. But after this, about money washing, a lot of countries think this has with is related with the crypto coins, and specifically about this evolution of the digital coins that generate a lot of problems, the security of the users. In reality, they don't know where is the money, and they don't know nothing about the crypto coins. So we think has already a lot of marketing doing this, just like Argentina. So for the I pass.
I agree with you because when we talk about money laundering, from the moment that the police has to identify when the money comes from the online to the real world, and someone's going to get that money, and when this happens to cryptocurrency, it's from that moment, it's when the police can act and arrest these cyber criminals. So this is, cyber criminals are going to try to avoid making this transition from the money online to the real money. What happens is that the money who gets stolen in cybercrime remains online. So today it's possible for a hacker to buy food, a house, or anything. They can survive and buy different things with cryptocurrency. So the last thing a hacker wants to do is to make that money real. That is why the money laundering it's not effective when we talk about cybercrime. Any other comments? Can you please clap your hands for our panelists? Thank you so much, Raquel. I like you so much. Thank you, Alessandro, for your participation in this school, and I hope to get you in our next editions. Horacio, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Adrian, also, thank you so much for all of the fellowship and all of the good questions. Thank you so much for participating virtually and here. Thank you. Bye bye. Tu vai vir agora? Eu vou ficar. Pois, e não é um caos quando eles fazem isso, porque a gente fica trocando. Nossa, se tivesse dois
Eu tava
fones, resolvia.
assistindo a palestra dele da última edição e ele falou um slide em inglês falar em espanhol. A Uva pediu em falar em espanhol.
Ai, meu
Olá, Denis, você pode me ouvir? I don't remember if you're talking in English or in Spanish. I'm sorry. Just wait a minute because we was having a coffee break. It's our third day. Our students are now relaxed a little bit more. If you have any presentation slide you can share with us. Ele ainda não decidiu. Não se sente. Ela tá esperando.
Te amo. Durou, durou, durou. Não, foi top, foi top. Cadê isso? Inglês, né? É português, tá? Mas é com... Tirar esse mic. Thank you to contribute. Silence, please. Thank you to the Horizon apportation and all the other companies. I'd like to know the VeriSci position about the registers of the domain.com. Welcome back one more time. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm so happy to stay here with you and talk about this and share with you. Most of the audience speaks Portuguese, so please speak slowly. So, and we also have a simultaneous translation. So, okay. Yeah. I'm Dennis Tan. I work with politics and regulation. VeriSci is a gestion of the domain.com and .net. Up to 2023, .com and .net has 20 million users. .com and .net are combined registers, including the extension of the domains, like the other countries. VeriSci works with .com and .net, but it also has the Leica domain. So we can administrate the entrance and the domain of the servers. And all the servers that need to communicate. I want to ask you something. Is VeriSci has a very interesting report 3 or 4 times a year. If you are interested in reading something about this, about the quantity of domains, you can find in the website of VeriSci. Yes, you can find this content in the web page of VeriSci. And in domain.com, you can find more information about this. If you are interested in this topic or if you want to read something about it, they're so nice. So there are great graphics. So thanks to VeriSci to share this information, not only for VeriSci but the industry in general. Well, I'm Dennis Tan. I work in the political and regulation VeriSci group, and this is a very important content. Before talking about it, I want to tell you what we're talking about. It's about the domain. It's a very important component from the internet. This component permits so we can find anybody who works with the internet can find easily the number IP or any computer. For example, when we're going to use a browser or like a Google or Safari, and we put the name governance.org, we are using the DNS. So the applications between the servers, they're trying to find which computer is trying to find this information. So they are going to respond with the IP number. This is basically and so fastly and so simple in a simple way my work here with the domain system, and it's so essential in the internet. One important aspect is that causes a lot of conversation and hours, work hours, and hours in forums is about the DNS. It's so important to talk about this because it's not an exclusive topic from ICA. ICA has a very important role in the internet, a very important mission to maintain the security, but it's a limited role. So we are going to talk about this at this moment. So talking about this phenomenon, the community IP, the community IP always asks this kind of question: who is the responsible person or company? What politics we are going to develop? Who is responsible to execute this? All of these questions are succeeding right now. So we are going to start with a slide in front of you. The name of the slide is Internet Ecosystem. So as you can see, the industry of the system domain has a very important space, but they're not only the actors of the system. We also have the hosting companies or websites, for example. Website actors, they all have the responsibilities when we talk about this ecosystem, and we are going to talk about them. The next slide, please. In this slide, we are going to see some components. The PN in a system of DNS abuse. I'm going to stay a little more in this slide because it's so important. We are going to start with the first square, the responsibility of the providers of the internet, the registers, the domain registers, who offers hosters for websites and hosters for electronic mails. So how can we stop this kind of abuse? Because we have a lot of years facing this. There are some events, especially in this year. I'm going to talk about it for some minutes. It's a continuous work. It's not going to stop this year. It's a mandatory who uses the internet. They usually use the internet to do criminal things. Most of you already know that there are a lot of attacks behind the internet because there are a lot of people revolutioning their skills. So on the other hand, we are improving the services and we have to adjust to minimize this kind of thing. on the internet. So it's so important to know who are the actors of this ecosystem. What are the most dangerous things here? In general, we are talking about some technical or content abuses. It depends on the kind of abuse it is. It depends on if it's technical or content abuse. We are going to work differently with each one of them. In the next square, we can see some technical abilities of the providers of the service. It's so important. Each actor inside this ecosystem has their own collaborative capacities. Our function is we have two functions. We have to prevent the domain and prevent the data. And the second one is the resolution. This means that when a provider needs a domain, we are there to give the answer. And the only tool that is used to stop the abuse is to stop the domain. So if we stop the domain, we can stop all the services. And this domain is offline. So we have to be very careful because most of the cases of abuse is using just a part of a web page, not all the website. It's just a part of it. A criminal person can create a website and put a criminal page inside it. So to stop and to finish this domain because of this, it can be so dangerous. So in these cases, we need to consider who is the most appropriate actor to solve this problem. In this case, for example, in a dangerous website who is distributing bad content, maybe the most appropriate thing is to contract the administration of the website. If he can't answer, so we can use the provider of the host and so on. So they are going to have the tools to take off this bad component from the website or email. So to share this kind of content, they are going to just to remove this part of the content, not all the websites. So it's so important to know what are the capable, collaborative of each one of the services, especially in case of abuse. So we can choose the correct actor to solve this problem in an appropriate way. Who is going to make in this conversation, we can follow with the next square. with traffic notifiers. It's not something new, but it has been more important along the time. The most important thing is that the different actors who works in the internet, they don't have sufficient time or sufficient tools to verify each kind of report. So in this part, we are going to evaluate each one of these actors we are going to evaluate the actors who has the correct tools to finish or to verify this abuse and the level of it. And we are going to find who is the actor in the best position to eliminate this bad behavior in the internet, maybe a phishing page or something like that. So these actors, these so important actors, they need to be a very comfortable person. They have to trust in each other. They're going to. The most important thing is to have confidence between the report and the actor who is going to solve this problem. Of course, there is an agent in some of the regions that is going to report a lot of abuse, and of course it's going to finish or remove the content of the website in order to be accepted by the administration in a website page. It's like a moderation, a content moderation, and the possibility to eliminate this kind of content, bad content. We can't abuse in this trust. The operation person can work with the apportation and a legal order, linking and deciding what to do in a case like this. So it's a trust relationship. If an innocent or a victim is affected, this person has this recourse to solve his problem. For example, I have a web page, but somebody inserts in my web page, somebody inserts a phishing page in my website. So for any reason, the operator decided to suspend my web page. And so what can I do? Like a victim, I need to have resources to restart my services. So we are trying to make this cases like a minimalistic one. The next square. Now it's 8 p.m. So we need to have a safe ecosystem to analyze the reporters and the collaborators, because they need to work together to establish new process and great process, because they can talk about the abuse, they can report about them, and the other one is going to try to solve the problem. Because the action can't be more harmful than the innocent. Innocents can be affected with this kind of actions. The last square is that try to understand. Try to understand the system is not the solution of all this kind of abuses. So we are going to talk about some types of this abuse. The next slide. I'm going to talk to you a little more about the abuse categories. Ahí está. Gracias. Oh, thank you so much. In this slide, in general, when we're talking about DNS abuse, you are going to listen a lot about this. It's not a clear, it doesn't have a clear definition, because each person is going to have one definition for it. We have technical abuse and content abuse. In this case, we're talking about the technical abuse, security threat, and this refers to these 5 categories: malware, botnet, phishing, farming, and spam. When spam is used to distribute the security threats. In the right side, we are going to talk about the infrastructure abuse, denial of services attack, cache poisoning, protocol level attacks, balance so security threats and abuse infrastructure are technical abuse. The actors are actors from DNS, and they also have more control. We also have the illegal content and abusive content. And there are some examples. For example, scams, fraud, misinformation, imitations, copies. And on the other hand, we have illegal sale of. We are talking about illegal content. We are not talking about technical content. Oh. In these situations, acting at DNS level, we don't have expertise to define what website is doing illegal things or not. For example, in actor, in authors problems. We can't determine if there is an offense or not. If we have an order to do, the register is going to solve this order in most of the cases. In this part of the content, there is a very important role. The next slides, please. We are going to talk about ICANN now. ICANN is one of the actors of the internet ecosystem. ICANN has a very important mission in the gestion of politics to identify. You have to remember that ICANN has names and numbers. Both of them are the identifiers of ICANN, names and numbers, technical. Its mission is to not to manage the content. We all have to have in mind that our policy is not to control, not to moderate. So it's like in the ICANN's terms, the definition of the DNS abuse is trying to, if you are going to ask or listen in forums or conversations about DNS abuse, we can find different answers, but when we can talk about ICANN, we have a different definition. So the next slide, please. I want to join. And I want to talk about the events that are developing ICANN this year. Their update with what's going on, the contract of the register and registers. In this year, 2023, the registers and the registers, they make some kind of negotiation to change the contract forms. And this changing is to try to elevate the registers are going to have a minimum of actions to analyze the reports of the INS. It's not any kind of it's not any kind of report of INS. If you remember the last square, malware, phishing, and hardness, spam. When it's used like a bad mechanism of security. The importance here is that the actors who avoided telling about the constant abuse, so they are going to have this responsibility, and this is very important for all kind of abuse and actors. We can also have register and registers calling ICANN. I'm just telling you a simple sample of this, what is occurring now and is going to occur in the future. We are going to establish the contract, but they are going to vote. They are going to vote and participate in the decisions. If they have a consensus between registers and registers, they are going to elevate this to vote and to be approval. There are some criteria that they can take in consideration, so it's important to have it's important to be approval by vote. The ICANN and Directive joint. According to this timeline, we possibly can see some changes in the future, maybe in 2024. So it's a very interesting aspect in governance and the internet that I really like to share with you because it's occurring at this moment. The next slide. And I'm going to finish with this, and I want to finish like the same way that I just began. I started talking about this content of abuse, the criminal content. It's not only, guys, ICANN is just part of this ecosystem, and we need to bring it to the conversation because we have to analyze the different actors. I don't know if I can share some content with you. Of course you can. I want to analyzing and investigating this historical system. So we need to establish politics to try to solve this boost team and make sure that the actions to mitigate this kind of thing can't be bad for the innocent. And that's all. I'm so happy to stay here, and I'm here to answer the questions. Applause. This audience is so active. It's an active audience. Okay. I'm walking, but I have a question. How can we behave with the SSIG? I don't know. I don't know if it's well. It means about it has the attacks or DNS. DNS servers receive a question. Where can I find? The question is, where can I find the number of the IP of this computer? And the answer of this is so important because if a server gives me a correct answer, I can go to the web page and what occurs with this list, with this database. So I'm not going to the governance computer of the internet.com. The server directs me to another page. So DNSafe is an extension without a lot of details and guarantee the integrity and the name of the domain of the zone. .com. It's going to have a conversation between the server of the name of the service and the .com. It's going to be a handshake, a combination .com show me your assignment. There is an interchange to assignment. There is a verification and interception between what's asking.com.net with another extension. DNSIC helps a lot in this case. Hi, Dennis. Welcome. We talked about the questions of how to deal the politics in ICANN. Can you tell us a little more about this process of political form, if you have time to tell us about it? Thank you so much. You're a very important part. You're a leader and you have a small group of leaders, so you're a very important person. The question is, what's the relationship between the work and the contract, and what can we do with it? So this is what I'm trying to find. We all know that the work to mitigate and to solve this problem, or at least, well, mitigate or reduce the bad behaviors in ICA, it's not only a work for the registers. We all know that there are some changes in the contract, and it's a right for us. We have this right. We have the right to change our contracts, like in ICA. This is the first step to elevate the standards of the action of the registers. And we also know that it's a kind of recognize. It's not only the necessity, but it's a great desire to solve this problem. The next step is, after this negotiation, is to start doing a great work we call a consensus to establish politics, not only with all the groups in ICA, from ICA. We need to know how to what problems are we going to solve and how are we going to solve them. And at the end of the day, we are going to give the recommendations, and we are going to approve and then go on. It's so general, but it's what we suppose it to do. Mark, do you think I answered your question? One more question. Hi. Vamos a. We are going to talk about your last talk. There are a lot of actors there in the system. I want to know what are we supposed to do with the different kinds of actors that we have, because you told us that we have different actors in the problem, in this system. So what kind of actions are we going to have with the different actors? It's so important. This question is very important, but it's not important only for us. For us who offer the service, but all the customers. What are they supposed to do, the other actors? My emails or my banks, you have to take care. We have to take care with these kinds of the banks are not going to you have to take care and choose the banks who are not going to use the electronic mails. So people need to understand the problem. I think that education, cyber hygiene, I don't know if I can use this word. It's so important. Nowadays, almost everything is electronic, all the conversation, so it's important not to make links for sites that we don't know what it. A lot of criminals use these links to distribute their deficient pages, their bad pages. So you are not supposed to click this link. So another thing is that with this content of education in the internet is the revolution of the actors. The revolution of the actors is constant. I was reading about some statistics, and if we put more restrictions, this kind of abuse is going to migrate to another place in a third level. For example, the subdomains. They are the hosting providers, servers in the third level. So they create more web pages and they put abuse things. The victim use the services and any other actors they enter in this case. Education, and we have to maintain our eyes open and we can't feel the urgency and I think I answer your question. Thank you for the presentation. It was so great. I'm from Costa Rica. I have a question about the bad user of the internet, especially in the positive cases. I have a real case. I have created a web page for a bank and to the bank employers. This page has a similar domain from the bank, and the domain and we can't ascend for the web page because it has been deleted and it has been to a black page. So in this case, first of all, who administrates this blacklist in a general level, and how can we work with these domains not to fall down in a blacklist? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this question. It's something that I can see every day. So thank you so much. Yes, this exists. It's not the only one case. We have a lot of similar profiles with the name of domains for education. Domalinos to give education. An investigator can find and report, and when it's reported, there is a list, and this list blocked the name of the domain. This list process is more difficult to find. My answer is not so positive, but it's going to help you. All of these lists are independent and they work with reporters, investigators who reports the name of the domains. And most of them have different systems to identify the real abuse, but for others, they receive all the domains, and they need to verify if the abuse is real. And depends on this list, each one of them has a method, a process to eliminate, not eliminate. There is a process to take off the name from this list, but it's not guaranteed. It's not a guarantee. We don't have a guarantee that it's going to eliminate you from this. Oh, in the worst case, it's a real problem. There's not a general organism that helps everybody, but we all know that we have this problem. We use this because there isn't any other tool. It's the main topic, but we don't have the verification. So going to this theme of the intersection of the process and the changes of the contract, one important aspect is that the verification. All of the abuse reports need to have evidence to take some position and solve the problem. In your case, it's a false positive. You are the victim now, the innocent person. So it's important to analyze each process, and it's important to take in consideration the evidence like an indicator for this abuse. And the last question is, hi, how are you? I'm Douglas. A curiosity about the other sides of abuse. I want to know if there is a mechanism to verify this kind of abuse, to identify the abuse scene. How can we verify this kind of thing? Thank you for the question. Verifying not only like verifying not only as a money. A year ago, there was not proportional DNS, maybe a library of an important company from infrastructure. And this elevate the traffic from us, making the investigation with the company and why of this problem and why do they do this kind of thing, and analyze all the volume and verifying the capacity to observe it. They were so strange. They started the investigation and they remove it and solve the problem. So it can be a good case, and it always has to be analyzed. I can't tell more details because there is a constantly monitoring and traffic analysis. What is the domain or not? The beginning is that to identify what is inside the domain. So we are going to analyze so on. Applause. Thank you so much. Thank you for your participation. Thank you. Wish to see you soon. Have a good afternoon. Good afternoon. See you.
Nicholas is from the University of Hamburg, Burgo, and here with me, Agra. We're asking for what is the Tribunal of Accounts in Brazil? So in Brazil, the government makes this Tribunal accounts do this. So I'm really proud to bring him talk here with us about innovation of sustainable development. If you can talk a little about the tribunal, the works, all this space, and there has equipment, dispositives where you can working and development, and with this you can see the count control and use this space as a laboratory. Cool. What time is this? What time is there? Or 6 p.m. I am here in Australia. Yes, Andres, talk a little with us the role of a public organ, public organization. Talk to us. Afternoon, Andrea. Afternoon, everybody. About what are you gonna talk it? Huh? I'm gonna talk something. Just a quick talk. I'm talking about this. So I have my challenges. I have this double journey, make the fiscalization, following the journal. So the primary audience must provide the better way to take this reconcile better stuff. So we try to make enter in a door of innovation, make innovation of try to make something out about the smart city standing the smart city. That was Claudio was talking about this. Well, we are the first state in Brazil. We're talking about the payment in real time. 103 of Paraíba, not just like as a tribunal, but it's acting inside of the area implement that we are trying to make this until 2030. Claudio has all the evaluation to 2050.
So we're talking what we have to do to accelerate it, about in this aspect of sustainability. And I thought that was interesting. We have this debate in Paraíba that he was talking about cyber crime. You're talking about digital transformation. Now, imagining that we have accelerated the process. So, see the number of cities of this size in the Latin America. So imagine everyone has the digital governance working. Cool. But who is going to do the cybernetic defense of this? Imagine health basic unity being attacked in Paraíba and someone asking for the crypto coins help. I'm going to find a legal expertise to deal with it. So I said, I'm going to try a solution. The one who has to solve the problems, it's us. So we have to seek for the solution of our people here. So we have more Bolsa Familia program than assigning people in the companies. So you can see the difficulties that we have. No, because that's a degree of formality. Not a challenge for anyone. We have to work with passion, but with people with competence. There are engineering students in Paraíba. You can imagine in the vibe of to try innovation to make difference in terms of transformation. I had students talking about I machine learning to see the fragility of risk areas. I didn't find anything that I found in the Paraíba Sertão. So we have to be careful and to concern about our that's why I make a second cutout. We have to solve the problems here. From the 5,517 cities, almost 50% of the responsible one for the PIB in Brazil is the government. Any research they said that the following decades we may have the automatization of the jobs. What it doesn't mean that I already have difficulty of employment. See what we are what we're being defensive here is about the digital aspects. You can think like that, but we have to think in both ways. So in a national scale, in a Latin America scale, when advancing the digital process, but also advancing in the deployment. And it's that when we have to work with digital literacy, like if it was a war. I don't like to use the war because it's a grotesque thing to say, but it's a heroic challenge. And we need to face this. Later I'm going to say the positive things. We have this challenge in Brazil, which is the mathematics proficiency. We have a lot of cases in the fundamental one, But in the third grade in Brazil, not even 10% of people with good grades in mathematics that we have in here in Brazil. But when we come to the third grade in high school, in a public school, has only 10 or 20% proficiency in mathematics. To incorporate the cybernetic facts, everything needs the basis of mathematics. So as Claudia said, I was working in Pombal, and when I asked what is the best MDS in Brazil, they said Várzea. Várzea is a place in the sertão of Paraíba. And I went there. It was midday, and I found it strange. It was midday. It was very hot. Everything was top. Anything was working. It's the first place in the ODS, and I found someone, and I see this fruit that we have in Brazil, and I asked, where is the school? And he said this, I'm for the mate. You came to fiscalize it? I said, no, I came to... Then I went to the school, and then I see UBS. UBS is a basic unit of health where we make the disease control here in Brazil. Guys, I entered. Everything was clean, everything was working very well. That's cool. The auditor is something very boring, very irritating. It can change it to facial. When I went to the school with six teachers in the classroom, and I said that I am the auditor, and I explained why I was here, and I asked, what is your secret? Why do you have so many good results? You have this IDEP of 6.7, and there's another school that have 7 on the IDB. And they tell me about the family approximation. So I went to the street, we took a picture together. I asked to the mayor of Pombal, and to plant some trees because we want survival like this. The semi-arid in Brazil has a lot of cities, or 20,000 million or 20 million people. All the schools here in Brazil, another case that I wanted to say, all the schools have the fluvial water, has solar energy. This should be something. This should be a regulation in all the schools here in Brazil. Financial. That is a readjust in the public service. So to conclude, what I'm trying to say, we are modeling with this concept of intelligent cities applied to the semi-arid. Why the semi-arid? Because the semi-arid, we have these numbers that I have showed. It's a challenge that using the statual structure, I can generate different products But in the innovation inside the semi-arid, this can be different. I have Mexico, Indonesia. We have the most populated semi-arid, and the only one that have the Caatinga biome. If we get together inside the semi-arid challenge, so I can think of solutions to solve, and in perspective to scale it to another field. So this is the message that I want to give you guys because the time. So we have a challenge, we have the intelligence, we need a range and a passion with no precedents of competence to make it happen, and to transform our cities in other USA or Europe cities. Thank you. It's so impact that I must follow. Listening to Andre is always an inspiration. It's a privilege to have him in the public sector here in Brazil, as well as it is to listen to Nicholas. One of the works, any of works that Nicholas, I'm going to exchange to Spanish to talk to Nicholas.
I've already on job, and the job you Nicholas rest in my mind, and today Nicholas bring to us another topic. The level developers are using to share their softwares to work with the protection of data, varying with what is making the social medias and recognizing the space of the development of codes, of codifications, and also the building profiles as chosen if the protection dates can be applied or not in the social medias if they are working, if that can be used in the protection of data and the code platforms. So it's a pleasure to hear you. Plus, good morning there in Australia. You can hear me? First time, thank you for the invitation to be here, for the space. A good pleasure to share about my job, about the privacy, about IEA. So I have some slides to show you. I have it in English. Sorry for I can't translate it to Spanish, but I gonna translate it myself. I have a lot of slides, but I don't gonna show all of them. I'm just gonna talk quickly. Tell me if a topic I was talking my university that I work in. Oregon University. Yeah. Private thing. What I learned here in Australia, what uh what is made here, it's also necessary. The recognizing of the original people, the people from the Wairung and Boom, the original people from Australia. They're preserving the nature of this country, a beautiful country. They have my respect. Um, this was I talking before. about privacy, the topic I understand, my domain. So it's really important, and also it's too complex. You can analyze just one thing and the individual thing, see, but also we have the human aspect. You have the human vision, how the humans show the privacy, what I think about privacy. We have Wikipedia also, it's a collaborative social media. So has a lot of distinct topics of privacy and one feed other each other to reach to the comprehension of the what is the privacy. So now I make a contrast between how the evolution of the investigation of the section of data. This film you see here with Sandra Bullock, the net, the role of the Sandra in this movie it's funny, and then the curious thing about this movie is how the privacy in the internet is talked about, because a lot of some years ago the investigation of privacy in the internet was really different than today. Don't protect the base data just like right now. Has have changed a lot with the time, with the social medias, Facebook, for example, in 2005, 2004. Basically, if you see 30 years ago, the hierarchies in the move of Sandra Bullock was making something illegal. Must be a hierarchy to have the system of information system. But today it's not just like this. They have changed, and we made our previous life public, and that's what is the social media. We've left. It's really easy to someone to information about we, and they can use the dates to make attacks to our privacy in the internet. We talk a lot about social engineer and how this information can be used to contact people, to pressurize them, like topics. So all the information we have about social media is can be used to do bad proposals. Not good for us. We have the problem is the information are really clearly. So I give this. I don't gonna pay attention to this. I'm gonna talk more than how the privacy works in this space. If we compare offline space, the problem is that there's risks. We are talking about privacy. The user don't know what can happen. Imagine the problems. So this is tell the right informations. The hard part is I would I could say yeah, I don't have the right training. This I education, the schools in the institutions for the other side. If you can see the problem from a point of view from the consumers, the platforms don't show a lot of information. what can happen if the one don't have is not involved with the sharing of the personal. So that performance is really friendly. So that's why the majority of users don't feel in dangers. So for this reason, it's really easy. Yeah, say your mother is a good woman. It's really different. To say she has cancer is really different. The real world from the online world. The security in these words are different, but also similar at the same time. Well, what did this generate for the other side? This came from psychoanalysis, psychology, theory. We take a decision, the privacy or not. The all decisions we take has carry some kind of risk. After to take the risk or not, we gonna reveal the information that depends of the level of the risks. The risk is not bigger, we share the information. So but all of this has a cost. And sometimes that's always happening with the social medias. And that happens because always we think we are 100% professional with this. We know how to protect yourselves in the internet, but we don't know. So I'm gonna use some statistic numbers to show you this. The risks are short ways we take to analyze this, analyze all the options we have, all the possible outcomes. The risk is to give more a quick time to this. If this was the shortcut, so the effect. So this is just hope and the behavior of the others and make the same. Like a new phone number, a friend made with the time. I take this is with reference and the short. That don't mean it's good, but also a lot of times how it's showing the interface of that you gonna use the system or not. If the system works, gonna help more. Gonna talk more about this. So the platform of social media is really beautiful, but in this case, for this reason, the people believe they had the platform social media are more safety than other platforms. I could talk a lot of things about your risk things, reality, what kind of social medias, how the social medias are building, make us to think, to apply these heuristics, and make the revelation of these personal data. So the challenges, it's what I investigated for many years. was a central point of my job. It was to make the people take more safety choices in the social media, make them don't show with facility the personal data informations, and make the platform don't share the information. Something, something different. Could be something more that unfortunately. This was really slowly. I read the protection of data of Union Europe and how they work with EA. Yeah, it's really hard because it's a really challenge to make a regulation of this. The user, how it can make they can use safely the internet and take good decisions. Called nothing or nothing solutions literature. A lot of academic organizations are trying to apply these theories. Case of something can represent about this. The password mirror to see if the password is strong or not. What I can do is change the interface. To the user can choose by a better password and how we can do this in life. And the right, it's easy interface, the Wi-Fi interface. You can see I have a distinction by the colors. The middle is a dashboard, and that shows the Android software how many times he shared the information. And that the software have worked give you a feedback how many times Facebook or the social media has shared your information, personal informations. Another variant was to send press can be interpreted of better way, bad thoughts. So any person can use to persuade and another person. So this is a extensive topic. Facebook is the better example of sharing of. I've studied a lot of time with this. Also, more has more risk is Instagram also. Instagram has some alerts of risk. If this additional information is really good because people can use this information to attack you or attack other people. There is where was positives. We have gave this to the users and gave you and then give us come back the answers how that helped them. So use this kind of information. The effects are really good. Are really the topics of privacy. We have a worker to also I'm gonna explain better. Sometimes, therefore, have a negative experience or something bad happened in your daily life. Someone fired him from the job, or someone made a bad commentary and witty. So first, we back the platform and we delete this content. It's interesting to see the point of view about this recommendation propose. The previous barrier of the social media. So what we have done to analyze all the content during the pandemic, and the content has dates about the health, about how was the society during the pandemic. That was really good. What interesting us is during evidence, these things done by one, not just with the privacy of the users, but also the all topics of privacy, important part of our work. At one point, we start to analyze what are gonna happen next about the collaborative codes platforms. I don't know if you're from know this kind of platform, but this platform, Tiger Flow, for example. If you're not a technical person, think about Wikipedia. When you can share an article, here you can share a code and make public the code. Something just like Facebook. The developers are creating profiles, are creating contents to the platform, the code, they let give commentaries about codes, what can change in the code. Similar what happened in Facebook, architecture are similar. The problem was identified is the privacy as take decision. The literature don't take many time to resolve privacy problems in platforms. Platforms have been very important to engineer, and a lot of networking engineers working with this and use tendency of development. So these are very important. So let's say the topics of the privacy this platform are really poor, and you must make something better. So you start to analyze the potential of this kind of platform, and the risk is future. I'm gonna speak quickly about this. There are a lot of secrets about these platforms, and anyone can access. It's public. Can watch what's happening. Tendency to share password, secrets, the platforms. 2022. If someone put the passwords in this platform, can be hacked. It's a gap to privacy, to the campaigns. The developers understand these risks, the talks of the privacies, the conclusion. Make the risk more lower for the other side. If you're comfortable to the accessible information or accessible platform, has another preoccupation, worries about this, worries about currently information about what kind of users are accessing the data. So it's a complex problem and has a lot of a deep information about this. So I try to make this clearly to bring to the light and to give the people the chance to understand how they work the sharing of information. So now I'm able to hear the questions. Thank you, Nico. Interesting information are different point of views, but what I like from the job, they care about see how the protection privacy, and you are working with this. I recommend the job for Nick. You always talk looking at the behavior and this kind of information. So this is a pleasure to hear you. Have some questions. Be quickly.
I want to congratulate Andre for the development of the digital governance in the auditor in Paraíba. I am a user and we follow in real time. It makes our national authority. Thank you. And I hope that we keep our partnership. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Questions to Nicolas.
Sou Iago de Brasil.
I'm Iago from Brazil, a lawyer from Ceará. I work in privacy, protection of information. Thank you for your studies. While we make give our focus the privacy, also we see the warning of black partners block the privacy of the users. The privacy notes presents are the effective way to work with this and how this works and how you can make mediate this with the social medias to guarantee that a more safety experience and question.
Good afternoon, Fabiola. And I would like to tell you, Andre, I'm from the São Bento, and I'm so happy and gracious in hearing you talking about our school infrastructure was only that. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Rodolfo from Paraíba, João Pessoa. And my question is to Nicholas. I'm going to talk in Portuguese because I don't know to talk in Spanish. I'm sorry. Well, it's related. I have two questions. I would like to have your material to with more patience. If you disponibilize your work, it would be wonderful. It's about the addition of the researchers, of these researchers that you brought to us. It's a great reference of this movie in this transition of a control society based in monitoration of the population to idea of of an information society that is controlled through information and data. In fact, your research, the data that you brought, they illustrate possibilities of security, and in the platforms that we can see a contrary perspective, especially the social media platforms that they try to find these psycho policies we choose to construct a perception of quality, and this you build desires so you can build your life online. So my question is, how this addition is done? So for example, for the practical vision, I see the contrary. The like it button was removed to see only the positive sides. The social media interface are used to make you use it even more. So how do you see the implementation of these ideas? This is my question. And please make your products available.
A chance to be more in the platform and or less in the platform was the question for Rodolfo. Asking for your material to access.
Good night. Good evening, everyone. I'm from here from Paraíba. Andre, my question is for you. This week we had some presentations, and one of them from communication secretary telling the challenges in Brazil to integrate, to make internet to be accessible in everyone's home. And during the presentation, he's related not only the resources of the 5G, but also the foods. And in your presentation and experiences that you have of following the gestions here in Paraíba, what is the most challenges that the managers have today to use the resources, in fact, that they can reach? So for example, we have in health, the integration, digital integration, the education is already present, but other sectors beyond education and health needs this. So what and some successful, but not only in Brazil level, but in the Latin America. So Olga, only one more question. We have time for two more questions. We have to be briefly and quickly, please. Good afternoon. My question is to Andrea. If exists a goal until 2030, I would like to know if the and if it's notifying the public power, because I understand that if it's not called effectively, we cannot reach.
After seeing internet, I like your presentation. I would like to make talk a lot more about invasion of privacy. We are talk about the political behavior and just this.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Emerson. I'm from here from Paraíba. And I'm studying technopolitics. And something that I'm seeing a lot of my studies, this relation with the media education, that we have this extreme necessity to build a more democratic country. But we're not able to cooperate in our own territory. So I would like to know what are the actions that you can do so increasingly we can do this regional collaboration. Please be quickly. Good afternoon, everyone. Roberto Jefferson. I have two questions to Nico and to Andre, but I will stay with Andre. Andre, when you say the ODS, the objectives questions about the intelligent cities, how do you see the use of the social technologies? You talked about the threes, the semi-arid areas, to to the most resilient cities. What do you say about this? So let's answer the question. Can you start, Andrea? First was, I would like to talk with you with the audience. Not only the courts, it's it's an internal fight of us because there is this tradition of the courts of external control to only see to the contract instead of see the results of the management. That's why we're trying to approach this inside the external. It's in the sense of monitoring, recommend. So that's a question that was done that was very interesting. What is the importance of a real-time following? We have a system called Cygress, for example. If until midnight you try to if Andrea is not on the payrolls, this is notified in real time. A good manager, when he correct this very quickly. So I can attract more people to the legal jurisdiction. How many jesters have lost their CPF? How many people was injustice because they weren't analyzed because they didn't sign the document? So this perspective to be more closer to the corridor to be more closer. It's our perspective to give more security, and that there is this problem with internet that's very serious. And what we're doing here is what we encourage that we have to do to stimulate that the procurements. But if you were going to the public ministry in the we do not. And then what happens? For not being aware, I can prejudice. We stimulate the gesture to advance. I don't know what IAI is doing. I need to bring this intelligence to my statute words to work better this fiscalization. Give some examples. What we are noticing. We are noticing that this interesting acceleration in the positive thing is those Olympics process we accelerated a lot. In a lot of cities, we are going to have the facial recognition. But we are not able to do this working in other fields, even in education, because the education evaluation, it comes 2 or 3 years later, when I should be evaluating in a real time. I have 2 months, and high school in Campina Grande gives the result, and the result is low. Who is going to know about that? Everyone should be knowing this, and pedagogically interfere. We should bring this innovation that the Secure did. The great mix is social science and mathematics science. So we can have to give people the minimum of respect. So Robson, this is a problem today. We have all the basic health units. We don't have imagining accessing people that go to the health system is something extremely dangerous. So we need to convert this. Just to conclude, what is also happening, for example, going to be a director plane in some city. The city institute says that has to be the participation of the popularity. To plan is necessary the popularity participation, but what is happening? The methodology is a fairy tale. If you map, I don't know, almost anyone, that in fact the population say, this is my pain. We don't educate people to explain what is happening around them. They walk in, they sit and they even know about what is happening with the arborization. They even don't know what is happening with the sidewalks. So we act like we are blind. So it feels like it's a fraud. The popular participation in this participation. So I hope that the young people inspire us. We know that you guys have proposals. much better than the old generation. This elucidation of you maybe oxygen the mental archaism of my generation. Thank you, Andrea. To not disencourage of everyone. The bad word was translated in 3 words. The question of Rodolfo.
About the results, about the political participation, question for the questions. Going to try to it's too complex. What is the persuasive mechanisms? Because it has a skinny line manipulation and persuasion. Very exception. And this here has with benefits to the user. I have remember the definition of this can be confused with dash with a relationship system foundation. And start to see a Syria movie. They still gonna recommend another films, another series, and Ash like its take of decision of the user place to a zone is not the your zone of for example me for example I try to allow select the passwords exception looks have 3 options and always I have to persuasion make a persuasion of the user better the time close lane and deep knowledge about the has I don't say that gonna be guaranteed, but that gonna help you a lot of things to get have kind of like application have some what is the priority how they prepare the what these methodologies activate hard to related the part of the information. I believe the platforms don't have the has the really bigger responsibility to help to answer the effects of this information. This middle, just like electoral campaigns, political campaigns. You personally, I don't see this term, but my friends have worked in this topic, and so I can ask them to answer this. But this is a real tough challenge, and take the decision. This is really complicated. Is to with the personal ideas about politics, about other things, and talk about this with a person, try to make a persuasion. It's really tough, really hard to trade this with someone you start to already convince the way they think and use this information. It's really hard to see this statistically. Okay. Thank you, Nico. I hope see you later.
So now we are finishing today. Thank you for your collaboration. Thank you for your time. Now we have the museum. Now we finished the third day. Now we have the visit to the museum. And I would like to, and I want to ask, I would like to ask, I would like to talk with the people that is in the hotel in front. So the others, you can go. We see you tomorrow. Thank you. Good night. We see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.